It's a Wednesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
23 degrees right now, chilly.
A little brisk.
But it's going to be one of those wild temperature swings. We're going to get up into the low 40s today.
Mm-hmm.
And tomorrow, low 50s.
And the sun.
Yep. And Friday, mid-50s.
Come on.
Wow.
But even tomorrow is going to be one of those crappy, like, mid-20s early in the morning.
Yeah.
You'll be waking up to frost.
Yep. And then high 50s.
How do you say it?
Frost.
Okay, let's talk about something that should be celebrated at a school in our area.
Oh.
So, Kimmy, you found this story last night. It was on 10 NBC. Byron Burgeon Elementary School, out that way, are doing a special project which with what looks like they're third graders.
What the little precious things doing?
They are teaching the kids about composting.
Oh. Okay.
So they got the kids starting a compost project, and it looks, Kimmy, based on the story, that they've done a whole unit based on composting. They got pictures of the kids separating their garbage at lunch into compostable things.
Right.
They have pictures of teachers going through lessons, what happens when the stuff gets composted, how it helps, da-da-da-da.
Okay.
They have pictures of proud third graders in, like, green vests standing over the hard work they did.
Oh, fantastic.
And this is great. This is great. The kids are adorable, right? But Kimmy, you said this is all well and good until something shows up with these kids.
Because like these types of school projects will spill over into home because the kids learn how to do it at school and then they're like, well, I can do this at home too. And I remember as a kid, it was similar with like the recycling unit we did when I was like young. And I probably, looking back on it, drove my parents absolutely nuts making sure they were putting the garbage in the right containers. You know what I mean?
No, you're 100% right.
Like, it's one of those school projects that's not going to leave your kid. They're not going to leave it at school.
Every generation has a school project that becomes your home project. Because you bring up the recycling, Kimmy, like we were coming of age in elementary school when the blue bins were just starting to show up.
All right.
And like,
you had to look at the numbers on the...
a little triangle underneath it. And it became like, I remember in like second and third grade, like we did massive amounts of like science recycling stuff. And I was that same little dick at home making sure that my parents were recycling the stuff. And
You were the
throwing
garbage cup.
Oh, yes, essentially, yeah. For my little one now, it was fire safety.
Okay, that's always a big one.
All right, well, Tommy, they told her at school that families should write out their fire escape plans.
Yeah, you're supposed to have a spot where you're all going to meet.
Yep.
Outside, right?
You got that. You got to have that. And you're supposed to have fire drills at home. So we had to do that.
We had to do a fire drill at home?
Multiple times.
So are they spontaneous or are they planned? Or somebody run in the room and go fire and everybody runs out of the house?
Ours was planned, but it was like the silliest thing ever. She must have been in like my youngest, third grade. And like when her teachers tell you this is what you have to do, like that's Bible to her.
That's the law.
Yeah,
exactly.
She's not going to make it up.
Yeah, so we were going to have multiple fire drills, and we all had to go sit in our separate rooms, and then my wife would be like, okay, it's a fire, and the kids would slowly make their way out of their room, quick but not fast.
Yeah.
We would all walk out of the house and meet by the mailbox. And I don't know what it looked like to our neighbors as we all as a family walked in the mailbox.
It has to look weird, man. Like, what's going on? Because I know, like, so I had one niece who was like a really good student.
Okay.
And she was like your youngest, like just like, you had to tell her to stop doing homework. And when she came home with these projects, it was the law.
Yeah.
And they got into this thing about coffee grinds, how you're supposed to save all your coffee grinds and you're supposed to kind of compost it and work it back into the soil, right? So my brother was getting pissed off because they had all these cans and cans of old coffee grinds, and it started to smell, and it started to like get like a, it gets like a mildew on it and stuff, and it's dead of winter, right? So he was just tossing the stuff out and just telling her, yeah, I worked it into the soil, I did it into the soil, and he just kept tossing it out. He goes, Jesus Christ, man. He goes, I'm going to have like 6 months of old, they drink a lot of coffee sitting in my garage, and it stinks. Like, because I didn't know coffee stunk.
Did she ever find out?
No.
Okay.
Well, probably later on he probably told her, but like she thought like, oh, this is great. Like, because the kid ends up being your project.
Right. And that's what makes things complicated, right? Because when it comes to the composting with these kids in Byron Burgeon, when it comes to the recycling, Kimmy, we had, when it comes to the fire safety, right? On one hand, it's always good stuff the kids bring home. Like composting is probably better than what everyone else is doing at home. You should recycle. You should have a fire escape plan.
You should have some rotting food somewhere in your house for the earth.
But at the same time, hey, kid, I got a lot of stuff going on right
now.
And I didn't have separate composting garbage or meet outside by the mailbox wait for the fire department on my list of things to do today. But the problem is you can't look at your kid and be like, this is stupid, we're not going to do it.
Yeah. Because you got to fake it.
You're going to break their little hearts, and God forbid, your kid goes back to the teacher and is like, my dad says composting stupid.
We've been burning styrofoam in the backyard.
Like, it's a hostage situation. You are forced to go along with what your kid is learning.
And it's probably pretty rare that your kid comes home and actually wants to apply something that they learned, to their everyday life. So when they do, you're happy about it, but to your point, now it's an inconvenience for everybody.
You know why kids are always so excited about stuff like this? You can chalk it up with some kids to wanting to be prepared.
Yeah.
You can chalk it up to some kids of just being bright and, wanting to learn all they can.
Yeah.
But I think for the majority of kids, there's a smug element to it.
Oh, the power dynamic?
Yes.
I know more than my parents.
Exactly. Because, with the stuff like composting, you don't know anything about composting.
No.
Kimmy, you don't know anything about composting. I don't know anything about composting. My wife does it, but whatever. If my daughter came home with composting stuff, she would know more than us about it. The recycling, Kimmy, we knew more than our parents about it, right? So, I'm in 3rd grade, and this is the first time in my life where I can definitely look at my mom and dad and go, I know more than you.
And you can tell them off.
Exactly.
You're doing bad.
Yes, and you're doing it wrong.
I can scold you.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
And I think that's what makes it so frustrating, because you have to sit there and allow
learn.
Yeah, but not only learn, Kimmy, allow your 6, 7, 8-year-old kid to go, wrong, doing it wrong. No, this is how you do it. And you have to go, okay, honey. Uh-huh.
Yeah, you can't say it doesn't matter.
There's nothing worse than being talked down to by a 6, 7, or 8-year-old.
And they're right, to your point. And you can't, what can you say, right? You can't even go, well, we can start tomorrow.
Yeah.
If it's not my kid.
Don't you care about my future,
And that's
Dad?
just it. That's the other thing, too, right? With the composting, I don't know. It probably helps. It does help. Maybe. But I can't definitely look at my daughter and be like, no, because that's one of those things, too. Your kid will remember when they're 40.
Yes.
That time at 6
it sticks with you.
Yeah, right? So, eventually when, everybody is composting 30 years from now, and you're all sitting around and Chris, remember the time Dad was a dick and told me that my future didn't matter and composting sucked?
I got that niece that's a big hippie.
Yeah.
And you don't realize, just and they do all that stuff, right? And anytime she posts this, I go, God damn, that looks miserable. That just there's a reason why we don't do stuff like this anymore. There's a reason why I don't need bees in my backyard or a donkey. It's too much.
Wait.
She's got all this stuff. Then they compost, they're hippies, they make soap.
You're out on the donkey?
I thought you wanted a donkey.
I thought you wanted a donkey.
I like donkeys on the internet. I don't want a donkey in my house.
Out of context, that's a weird statement.
But they're it's all just a lot of grimy work.
No, but
but I guess if somebody's passionate, they want to do it, I don't care.
But she's doing the stuff she's supposed to do.
All of it.
Minus the donkey. I don't know how the donkey helps.
And the kids are all into it. Their 2 daughters are just they have T-shirts that I don't understand that they wear. I know this is some point you're making here, but I don't know who that chick is, but I guess she's yeah.
I'm so ignorant. I don't know what the point the T-shirt is making.
I'm telling you, man. I'm guessing this is composting Karen over here. I don't know who she is.
No, but to your point about the work that goes into this stuff, the composting I have personal experience with, because one of my wife's friends said she should do it, and she's got the garden, so that's become a thing in our house, right? You brought up the smell of the rotting food.
Yes.
She had to. She went out and bought something to put outside because I just couldn't stand it anymore.
And it gets bugs, and it's going to attract everything that's going to help it compost.
Yes, and she goes on these waves of I'm composting everything. I forget about it for a while, right? So you're right. The pain in the ass when I'm finishing up with dinner, this goes here, this goes here,
That's
this
fun.
goes here.
I always like picking apart my half-eaten food and putting it into the rot bin.
But if she's standing there, I have to do it.
But it's you're living in London in the 1800s.
I also get scared because there are times where I'm just I don't care.
Yeah.
A long day, I'm just chucking this in here. And I'll throw it in the garbage, and then I'll get scared that she'll open the garbage and see it. So then I have to cover the garbage with other garbage. that is actually
Yes.
garbage. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like I'm now living my life in fear of both my child and her fire safety tips and my wife and her composting things. Like, this is no way to live.
No, it's not.
Let me live.
Do kids still do like nature themed projects? Because I remember like it had to be like preschool or something. It was like a bird feeder thing. You'd make like the homemade bird feeder, and then you had to write down what birds you see.
Yeah.
But like again, like all that stuff had to be. My parents had to be involved in some
Which
way
ones
to
are
make
staying
that
in your
work.
deck?
So there was a really fun project that my oldest brought home when she was in like kindergarten, first grade. Again, we're talking about the story out in Byron Burgeon. Third graders, they did a whole unit on composting, and the kids look adorable. They're doing really hard work. They're doing it at the school. But Kimmy's right. This is one of these projects that bleeds into home. The kids are going to take all this composting stuff. They're going to go home to you, mom and dad, and be like, we have to do this. And you can't be a dick and be like, no. So now you're being held hostage by your 7, 8-year-old who says you have to do these things. Kimmy, you bring up the nature stuff.
Yeah.
They did this project where they took leaves in the fall.
Yeah.
And they had like this clear paper that you can iron and it sticks
They
together.
still do that?
Yes, and you could make like, it was almost, Tommy, like stained glass windows but with leaves.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and it was like cool, and it was like a sustainable art project that used nature.
Wow.
And my oldest at the time loved it. To the point where like
She's now a leaf collector.
like, Kimmy, she's bringing leaves in the house, and I
Yeah.
gotta keep buying this stupid paper, and like you have to iron it, but she can't do it. So like when she lays out the leaves that are ready, I have to get up from whatever I'm doing, and I must have done it like 70 times.
Ironing leaves.
And here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. I hope my kids are still asleep. You make a big deal out of all the art things your kids do.
Yeah.
Right, and you
Yeah,
got
you got to hold on to them forever.
Okay, I don't care. Like once we hit the 5th leaf thing,
Yeah, you're out.
It's the same thing.
Right.
It's
You
not,
gotta-
I'm not impressed anymore. I'm not. Like
And you're doing most of the work.
I'm doing all the work.
Right.
Right? It would be like Picasso sitting back while some 19-year-old intern he had is painting stuff for him.
I kind of hear he did that.
Bro, my wife saved every
Did she?
single one of those and every art project my kid's ever done.
So, my wife, my stepkids are now in their 30s. There's 2 bins
Yeah.
separated for the kids of all the stuff they ever
Damn.
did. All of it.
And I get there's going to be a moment 10, 15 years from now where my wife and I sit down and we go through all this
Sure.
stuff.
And you'll do it once.
Yep, and that's just it.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work and a lot of time and
Yeah.
space.
Storage.
Yes, for a 45-minute walk down memory lane.
And by the way, half of that stuff starts to fall apart after about 10 years, even
Yeah.
if you store it. So you'll start pulling up stuff that's just like falling
Pieces.
apart as you're pulling it out of the box.
Well, you find that when you do the every year when you go put the Christmas ornaments out, you lose another one that the kid
Oh, yeah.
made in preschool because it just starts to disintegrate, right?
Yes.
God,
I
it
know.
is- I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and you're doing your kids a favor by throwing it away, because when they're adults, it means more to you than it does to them. Like,
Totally.
I don't care about all that stuff, but I know eventually my parents are gonna be like, here, take your bin of art projects, and you could just throw it away, guys.
So my mother-in-law did this with my wife. She gave her back all the stuff that she did throughout
Yeah.
kindergarten all the way up to high school. And I think my wife thought I wanted to look at it.
Oh.
That hadn't crossed my mind.
Because it's just scribbling.
Look at
and
her
stuff.
stuff. You're
Yeah,
saying,
yeah. Oh, look, this is what I was when I was a kid. So then my wife's like, look, see, this is what my mom saved. And she handed it to me. And I'm making eye contact with her. Wow.
Damn.
You were going places with this stuff here. All right, so I guess the moral of the story is
What's that?
you can kick, you can fight, but eventually your third grader will have ultimate dominion over you with the Do Good project that bleeds home from school. We got a dynamite Do Better.
Okay.
Kind of break up for you this morning here on CMF. It's 8 o'clock. Or excuse me, it's 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to get our hate on.
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week. The story we told about this man from our area.
Yeah.
He has the jobs that every little boy wanted to have when they were growing up. He fantasized about these jobs. Yet he has them all almost at the same time.
Wow.
And
dude.
Yeah, when we tell you how remarkable this man's story is, it's almost unbelievable. If we didn't have photographic evidence, we wouldn't believe it. To hate a man that has 4 of the most difficult and stress-inducing and helper jobs you can is impossible. So we thought till we got this letter.
All right.
And we will read it to you just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. But first, Tommy.
What's going on?
Well, Super Bowl's on Sunday.
Oh, boy.
And the way that people are consuming sports is constantly changing, right? Technology moves super fast. And because of that, you made a prediction a couple of weeks ago that it was just a matter of time before we were all having to watch the Super Bowl in this way. However, the top man in the NFL says, not so fast, buddy.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The NFL's on Sunday, or the Super Bowl is on Sunday.
They don't even bring it up.
Can we talk about them advertising the Super Bowl
Yeah,
quick?
what's the point?
I'm sorry, like you're running TV
Going to
commercials.
go away if you don't watch.
We're running ads on our show.
Yes.
That will tell you the Super Bowl is on Sunday. Who are those for?
In case you forgot.
Okay.
Yeah.
That being said, on Sunday, you'll be able to sit down on your television, whether you have cable, whether you have rabbit ears, turn on CBS and watch the Super Bowl. But there are some folks, one man in this room included, that are worried it's just a matter of time before that changes.
Oh, yeah.
If you choose to believe this man, I could put your mind at ease.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. Stealing one of these would be impressive.
Oh.
Stealing two of these in the same night, after what happened to the first one, it defies explanation.
Wow.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So in the last few years, the NFL has moved hard towards exclusively streamed football games. So it started with the Amazon NFL Europe game. In fact, the Bills were one of the first teams. Were we the first team to be on an exclusively streamed game when they played Houston in London?
Was that the first one?
It was one of the first, if it
Yeah,
wasn't the
because
first.
they just started, yeah.
So then they moved from the European games, and this season you had the Peacock-only Bills-Chargers game.
Yeah.
Last season, they started with the streaming-only Thursday Night Football games on Amazon. And this year, you had the first-ever streamed-only playoff game, the Dolphins-Chiefs wildcard game. And Tommy, as all of these things started happening, it led you down a scary road.
Yep.
What your fear was a couple years from now.
One day you're going to pay to watch the Super Bowl.
Okay.
It's going to go to a service.
An exclusively...
Somebody's going to pony up some biggest number you can think of, and they're going to own it.
Well, the top man in the NFL says, Tommy...
What is he saying?
You're wrong. Roger Goodell, in his State of the NFL press conference this week, said that as long as he's in charge, there will not be an exclusively streaming Super Bowl. Quote, when asked, certainly not in my time.
Okay.
All right.
Do you believe him?
Of course not. He's
No?
full of crap. And all he's saying, as long as I am, which he probably knows it's coming, and I won't be around to stop it
it's
or care about
possible.
it because I'll be
Okay.
retired.
All right. Kimmy, do you believe Goodell that he will never move towards a streaming-only Super Bowl?
Yeah, I feel like we won't see that for a little while if it happens.
Give me a time period for both of you guys. Because, look, we know that technology moves very quickly.
Yeah.
We know that the landscape of media changes very fast.
But I wonder though, just advertising wise, if they lose a lot of advertising money switching to a streaming service or are limited.
Because they'll have ads.
Right,
They'll
but it
run
may
ads.
be limited depending on who picks it up. I don't know. I'm just thinking like that could also affect that decision to put it on a streaming service.
So Amazon runs ads during Thursday Night Football, and not just for Amazon stuff. So, I mean, they could sell advertising. But, Kimmy, you bring up a great question. The question that answers whether or not this happens is where is the most money and who is willing to pay the most for a Super Bowl presentation? So right now, the Super Bowl bounces back and forth between Fox, ABC, CBS, and NBC. And folks who say streaming is right around the corner love to point to Amazon's $2 billion a year deal that got them access to one game a week as to why a streaming Super Bowl is inevitable. What gets left out,
What's that?
the four major networks paid a total of $110 billion for an 11-year deal that includes multiple Super Bowls for each of
But
them.
they also own their own streaming services.
Yo, you're right. You're right.
So they could just throw it on one of theirs. They could go Peacock, Paramount.
Is Paramount like Paramount?
No,
Is
it's a new one. It's a new one. It's
Wait,
come out.
it's an even high. It's a Paramount
Yeah,
network to
yeah,
Paramount.
Yeah, it is. Grammar, dick.
It's not grammar. That's pronunciation.
That's grammar. It's words coming out.
No, but okay, let's go down that road. Let's say NBC has the Super Bowl and they're going to put it exclusively on Peacock. I would think that would cost them money, not make them money, because you're now cutting away the amount of people who are going to watch it, which means advertisers are less likely to spend the $7 million for a 30-second ad they will on regular television.
I just think eventually, they're going to pony up so much money that they'll get it,
Okay.
and then they'll grow their audience. Like, they know they'll take an initial hit to get you used to, like, spending money to watch this. You're going to spend money to watch ads.
Which is what we're doing on Amazon.
Right. We're doing a lot of these services.
Can we do a quick sidebar? That drives me insane because Hulu and Amazon Prime, you now, most of the shows or movies you watch, you have to watch ads in them.
Unless you want to pay for a premium shelf,
But
right?
I've been paying
Right.
Yeah, I was gonna
premium, and
say.
all of a sudden they change it.
They raise the premium. So if they can do all that, if they can convince you to pay to watch commercials, which we've all now just kind of accepted.
I've accepted it. I do not like it.
But you watch it and you pay for it.
I watch it, but I don't like it.
I think it's coming. You asked the time. I bet you within a decade, the Super Bowl moves to a streaming service. Because didn't I just saw there was a deal yesterday where there's another sports streaming service where it's like they've combined like Fox, ESPN,
yes.
Disney.
So they all got together and they're going to bid on sports contracts together, which is funny because what they've invented is cable. That's what.
Yeah, they just moved cable. They just moved the cable.
Yes, it's the same exact thing. It's cable on streaming. So now you'll have, by paying one fee for all of these things,
it's
have
like a
access
bundle.
to all of these sports, which is what we've actually been asking for. Because it's very frustrating as a sports fan. Like, I want to watch the Sabres. I want to watch the Bills, right? So I have to pay for like 4 different things to have access to all of the games that those are on. With this, maybe I don't anymore.
Okay. So they're going to make if they put the Super Bowl on, they'll kind of create a deal for you to entice you to buy it, because then they'll give you all these other services free for a year, right?
Okay. But here's what I wonder with the Super Bowl, because a lot of the time you're watching a Super Bowl, whether you're at a bar or you're with a group of people. I don't know if a streaming service sees this as an opportunity to get a bunch of people to sign up. I don't know if it's as many people as they think, just based on the way you're watching the Super Bowl, whereas not everybody that's watching it is individually signing up for that.
That's actually a great call. She's right. You're way more likely to watch a Bills game at home with your family than you are to watch a Super Bowl at home with your family.
And I wonder if you also lose those fringe fans who, they're not, if they don't have a team invested, are they going to go out of their way to get this service?
Well, because that was the question with the streamed playoff game. Because if that was on, ABC, NBC, CBS, everyone's going to watch that game. But there are a lot of legitimate football fans who didn't have any investment in the Chiefs or the Dolphins that said, screw it, I'm not going to pay for Peacock.
Yeah.
But this is a national holiday.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell this week in his State of the NFL press conference, when asked if there will be an exclusively streamed Super Bowl, said, and I quote, "Certainly not in my time." Tommy does not believe him. Now, I will say this. Goodell, after saying that, noted,
what do you do? Massive backflip?
No, I'm about to tell
into
you.
a split?
I would watch that.
I would do the Philly dog off the stage?
I would pay for Peacock if they had that as exclusive content. He noted that the average age of viewers for the Peacock games were 10 years younger than the average viewer age for an NFL game.
And that's who they need to grow the sport, right? They need your kids to be invested in this if it's going to grow.
Yeah, but they're also trying to sell me Cialis, so they want the older guys too.
True, but you'll get Grandpa's boner.
I don't want Grandpa's boner.
Everybody gets Grandpa's boner on both sides of the boner ball.
Okay, look, man, you're a cynical dude, and you love talking about the sky's falling. And back in my day,
I'm not saying the sky's falling.
The world is a scary place, and let me tell you why.
But you're going to pay.
Here's why you may not have to worry for a very long time. As much money as companies like Amazon and Apple and those streaming services have, you have to wonder if they have broadcast the Super Bowl money. Because first of all, you have to pay for the rights to broadcast the Super Bowl, which they've never handed out alone.
Yeah.
It's always part of a package. So if Amazon paid $2 billion for a season of Thursday Night Football that nobody really likes, what is it going to cost for, like you said, a holiday? Then you're not only paying for that, you're paying for the entire production.
Yep.
You're paying for talent. You have to run interviews all week. You have to be there to cover media day. You have to have independently produced shows leading up to the Super Bowl. Tommy, that could be a $50 billion expense for 1 week.
Yeah.
Is it worth it for Amazon or Apple to do? Could you make your money back?
But you're owning the biggest show on earth.
It could cost you $30 billion to do it.
I don't know what these companies are worth, but I mean, these guys have enough disposable income to fly rockets around over our heads.
Yeah, but maybe he doesn't have Super Bowl money because he keeps flying rockets over our heads. There's also the idea that the NFL has to protect its brand and its image. Kim, you can attest to this.
You kind of lose control over that if you dish it off to a streaming service, right?
So, I mean, the NFL would be able to keep, I'm sure there's a contract where they could say, we get to step in and stop things. What I mean by that, Kimmy, is, and you can back me up on this, there have been a bunch of complaints in the first 2 years of the Amazon NFL deal about the presentations of the games from fans. One, they don't like some of the talent. Two, they think that the play-by-play from Al Michaels is terrible.
Yeah.
They think he just quit. And I don't know about your guys' experience, but there's been several times where I've watched a Thursday night football game and it just starts buffering. And it's not my internet.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not?
No,
I always thought it depended on, what you got going on at home.
So I was reading an article that said, depending on when you get in and watch that game, if there's too many people watching it, that could be the reason it's
Well,
buffering.
yeah,
so
I mean,
it's
we've seen
clogging it
things
up.
like that shut down because of, user, like the users going up.
So think about this, Tommy.
What's that?
Thank you, Kimmy. If a Thursday night football game that 90% of America doesn't care about has too many people watching it where it's going to slow down, what's going to happen for the effing Super Bowl?
Oh, boy. So I also have another prediction.
Oh, here we go.
Because everything's for sale, right?
Sure.
Everything's for sale. Everybody's got a price. Everybody tell you, you make these things be like religious institutions, but they're not. They're just
Well,
businesses.
even religious institutions have a price.
Yeah, you could buy some. I think eventually you're going to start seeing leagues being privately owned. Like they'll come in like they did with the PGA and go, you know what? I'm tired of dealing with you. I'm just going to buy you. Here's your money. Go away.
It's interesting.
Because they did it to the PGA.
Yeah.
They're kind of doing it now with Formula One, and they're inching towards soccer where they're just going to buy it, and they have the money.
Man.
But you still get your game.
Yeah, but you would have to
Like in
buy-
the end, you don't really care. All you want to do is watch the game and see the funny stories, right?
Oh, no, there are some things where I think would be, at least personally for me, would be a bridge too far. I love football. Oh, your mic's off.
See, they just
Sorry,
want your
it's on
mic.
the phone.
I think eventually they will be privately owned by like some big streaming service will own the NFL, and that's who runs the NFL now.
Okay. I need you to think
Goodell.
through this with me.
Not on my watch.
No. Think through this with me. Like look, I don't think that's a crazy. No, it is a crazy thing to say, but I get why your old man brain would go that way.
Yeah, but if I went to Roger Goodell 20 years ago, you think he'll ever be gambling around the NFL? Hell no.
Sure.
There's the integrity of the game.
Sure.
We can never have this sanctity. And they completely bent over for gambling.
Can you do me a favor? Could you Google the value of the Dallas Cowboys right now? Thank you.
Probably $6 billion, $7 billion.
Bro, I think it's closer to like $20 billion.
Chump
Maybe
change,
$50
bro.
billion.
That's jet fuel for one flight for Bezos.
$9 billion.
So we were both close. The point I'm making is you have 32 NFL teams that range in value from $3 million and $9 billion, or $3 billion and $9 billion.
Yeah.
You would have to individually buy out each one of those owners to own the league, because Goodell doesn't run the league.
No.
He answers to the
Almost like the
owners.
spokesperson. Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
So you would have to have someone. If we do some quick math, let's say it averages out to $5 billion per team. Someone that has 5 times 10, $150 billion to simply buy the teams, and that doesn't count the cost of operating the NFL.
But I just said there's two companies right now that are on the verge of being worth $1 trillion.
So you're going to just flip that company and buy an NFL?
No, they could buy it on the side. That's side money for $1 trillion company.
Side
baby.
money, man. It's only 15%
And
of what that is.
And you'll get your games, man. They'll just be a little different.
Like for every penalty, they're going to cut your hands off?
Yes. The Tehran Bowl.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Yep.
Duffy, the reason streaming will work is because the degenerative gambler outweighs your normal Joe 8-1 probably.
Okay, so it's funny you bring that up. Your numbers are wrong. So I just saw a study yesterday
What is
that
that?
said 4 in 10 Americans say they've bet on a sporting event this year. Now,
Okay.
keep in mind, legally, you're only allowed to do it in a handful of states. But, Joe, let's say that every one of those 4 in 10 Americans wants to be a part of this streaming service. They also lap over into football fans that would pay for the game anyway. I think you're underestimating how many degenerate gamblers there are that'll pay for anything.
But if they've got money at a game, Duff, the biggest thing to them is being able to sit in front of that TV and watch it.
I don't know, man. Like, you're underestimating degenerate gamblers who will just gamble on watching a score on ESPN, because I've done that before. I got a buddy that would gamble on overnight Australian surfing that he had never
How's he
watched
doing?
once in his life. Not good, Tommy. Not good.
The thing is, Duffy, when you're watching the game, though, you have access now to bet every play.
No, you're right. Look, I could be wrong.
So
I'm not saying it definitely
Isn't
doesn't. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joe.
It's like a nonstop gambling 5 hours. I mean, and everybody wants to be in front of that television set.
No, it's fun. And I'm not saying this won't ever happen. I'm saying that there are way more roadblocks to it than people believe. It's not as easy as Apple or Amazon being like, "Oh, buy it now. Now I would like the Super Bowl, please."
You take the Super Bowl away from a gambler. It's like putting a fat kid at Willy Wonka's chocolate factory and telling him he can't have any candy.
And we saw how that worked out. That one kid got stuck in the tube.
Oh my God, that poor thing.
Joe,
Exactly.
thanks for the call.
Bless
Have a
his
good
heart.
rest of the day. Yeah, we went from streaming Super Bowls to murdering fat German kids. Let's take a break.
All right.
Stealing one of these things is a heck of a feat.
Oh.
Stealing two of these things in the same night.
Do you need two of these things?
You don't need one of these things. This man did not need one of these
So
things.
this is an unnecessary theft.
I guess any crime is an unnecessary
No,
theft.
something I could use that.
Okay, no, that's not necessary. I mean, stealing bread for a starving family would be the only necessary
Absolutely.
theft. But we're going to tell you what one man is accused of. How I continued to look in this article for another person that was arrested, could not find
So
it.
he's a lone wolf.
Yeah, but why he wanted these things and how he was able to do it so easy, it seems, according to police. I'll tell you the story next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This crime is a bit of a head-scratcher.
Oh.
Because at first glance, you'd think this was the work of multiple people. However, there's only one man mentioned as a suspect. Wow. They've only made one arrest. And it leads us to wonder if he's guilty. How and why did he allegedly pull this off?
Can't wait to hear.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. You would never tell anyone how much money you make to their face.
No.
Right?
Well, especially if you ain't got no money.
Well, even if you got a lot, you don't want people to judge you. You would never tell people how much debt that you're in right out.
Ooh.
No. Which is why what the DNC wrote an article about this morning is so strange. It's not even an article. It's something you can go search because for all of the financial things we try to hide from other people, there is one major thing in your life that if I want to, Tommy, I can jump on my computer and immediately find out what you spent and what it's worth. Oh. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, this story comes just east of us from Wolcott. State police were called all the way back in October for reports of a theft from a business. This business was missing 2 delivery trucks.
Damn.
2.
Okay.
2.
Right.
So the good news,
the
2 trucks were later found abandoned, so they got the trucks back. The bad news, one of them had extensive damage due to a crash. $12,000 worth.
That seems like it's total, but okay.
Well, who knows?
Yeah.
So after an investigation, police zeroed in on a 33-year-old man who used to live in the area. And this is where the story gets a little funny. The man agreed to surrender to police at the McDonald's in Henrietta.
Oh.
Okay. Did they follow him there?
So that's what's not clear. It doesn't say if they found him there.
Yeah.
It doesn't say if that's where they determined that would be the meeting spot was to turn himself in, like he wanted a burger and fries before he got locked up.
Do you think he ate his meal first?
I would.
Like, you get there 30 minutes before, you get a Big Mac, and then you surrender. And it's also strange that this man was in Henrietta when the alleged crime happened all the way out in Wolcott.
Yeah, that's quite a hike.
Anywho, the man was arrested at the McDonald's, charged with a bunch of stuff, the most severe being felony grand larceny. But here's the strange thing, Tommy.
What's up?
He's the only suspect and the only man being charged in the crime. Meaning, if the allegations are true, he stole 2 delivery trucks in the same night.
And didn't even keep them.
No.
Well, I'm guessing if I'm thinking, steals that first truck.
Got it.
Wipes out.
Sure.
Damn it.
Yeah. Walks back.
Need me another goddamn delivery truck.
It's weird he's from Alabama.
Well, it's a Wolcott way out that way. So
Wolcott way.
So he beats feet back to the store, grabs the second one, I'm guessing is what happened.
Okay, fine. But then he also abandoned that one.
Okay,
Right.
did they say wasn't damaged at all?
No,
or?
the second one, there's nothing about damage.
Abandoned.
And
All
even
right.
more strange, there's nothing about missing property from either of the
So
trucks.
they weren't loaded with product.
No, there's no charges indicating that he took this thing. So outside of taking a joyride in 2 cars, one after he smashed the other one, according to police, there wouldn't be a reason for this man to take a single truck.
To just being a jackass in a truck.
Did it because he could.
Twice in the same night.
Sorry, did you say how far away they were found?
We do not have that information.
And he's no
curious.
kid. He's 33.
Yeah, like I know there are going to be people that call up and go, people steal cars and joyride all the time. We saw it with Kias and Hyundais.
Yeah,
but 33.
Yeah, every one of those stories is a teenage kid.
Right.
This is a 30-something-year-old man accused of these crimes. Past that, also doesn't say much for the security of this business.
Yeah, the fact that you could get in and start them up and go.
Twice in the same night, time apart.
Yeah.
The only thing that came to my mind in situations like these, especially a former employee, but you would think it would say that if that was the case.
And even if you are a former employee, it still doesn't give you much of a motive to steal the car.
You don't have access to the keys or you know how to hotwire this thing.
Yeah. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Does anybody have any idea talking about this man out in Wolcott back in October accused of stealing 2 separate delivery trucks from a business? It says he smashed one up. He must have gone back and got the other one after he did that. He's been arrested finally, charged with a whole bunch of stuff involving. Also, when it comes to the security of this business, if the allegations are true, there was enough time where they didn't notice the first truck had been stolen. He allegedly got into an accident, somehow managed to make his way back to the business, steal another truck, abandon that truck, And they didn't notice until, it sounds like, the next day. And he was able to stay on the run for 3 whole months.
Right.
3 whole months. Is this the greatest criminal of all time?
Yeah, because he almost could have gotten away with this.
Yeah.
If he would have split.
If it weren't for those meddling kids.
I guess, like, if you came to work and you saw one of the trucks was missing, you might think it's out on a run or something.
Well, no, I mean, I would assume that they came to work the next day, they saw the 2 trucks missing, and that's when they realized they had been ripped off. I just assume that all businesses like this, and we don't know what type of business it is, have security cameras or an alarm that would go off when there's somebody walking around, unless it's a 24/7 business, in which case, hey, employees, what are you doing not noticing that guy stole 2 trucks in one night?
Yeah, that's true.
I don't understand. And, like, going back to this guy, it says that he at one point lived in Wolcott, but he's now homeless in the Monroe County area.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. So he was homeless. That's before they found him or locked him up. He was a homeless guy?
Yeah, he was living in Wolcott, and the story says that he's been bouncing around Monroe County homeless.
Okay.
Now, I mean, homeless can mean a bunch of different things. He could be couch surfing and doesn't have an address. He could be sleeping under a bridge, anywhere in between.
And at a shelter.
Yeah. I mean, if you have the opportunity to take something where you could, like, sleep in and get around, right?
Or leave town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could, you would
spend
do
a little more time in that vehicle.
Yeah, throw a little mattress back there. Make it cozy.
Like, every detail we get about this story doesn't give us any answers. It just leads to more massive questions.
Yes. I wouldn't even know how, like, if you don't have a key to this truck, you would also know how to start a truck with no key, which means he's got that knowledge.
Unless they had the key in the car. So we have seen stories of, like,
Yeah, they leave the key in the vehicle.
construction companies especially. Remember, like, we were talking about heavy equipment, and a bunch of guys that worked on it called up and said, A, sometimes you don't need a key. B, a lot of the times if different guys are working on it, they'll leave a key in a specific spot where you can get it and take it. Now, don't use that information for bad.
Let's stop doing that.
And, like, it's a small town, which makes it even more strange. Like, Wolcott is a postage stamp.
Oh, yeah.
You would think a
Quaint.
Yeah. You would think a delivery truck getting in an accident in the Wolcott area would be enough to wake people up to call the cops. Yet, even if that did happen, the man crashed the truck, according to police, then somehow managed to make his way back to the business, steal the other truck, abandon that.
And nobody drove by.
But he's also
or if they did, they weren't able to find the guy after it was over.
He's got to be in a bunch of ring cams and trail cams. I'm guessing, like, walking back. They crash it, walking back to the business.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? Right? Like, all right. I've never driven a delivery truck before, so it could be harder than it looks, right? I can't even drive stick. Don't tell anybody. I'm very
They're probably automatics by now, right?
I don't know. No, like,
most things are automatic now.
You got to have someone tough driving those delivery trucks, and if you make it automatic, that ain't a tough guy.
Right.
I need someone who talks
I think
like
even
this.
semis are now like automatic.
No, they got semi-automatics.
The new ones, yeah.
Do you hear what you just said, you idiot?
Semi-automatic.
I got me a semi-automatic.
I think most of them 18-wheelers now, the new ones, I think those are just all automatic.
I've never seen an automatic truck like a.
I'm saying the new ones are probably there's no standards anymore.
252 WCMF. You're telling me there's like a long haul trucker that's driving an automatic truck.
Yeah, it'd be a lot easier now.
What are you doing with your other hand?
What do you think?
Well, no, they were doing
anything you want, son. Twice on Sunday.
Not on the Lord's Day. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Ben. Hey Ben, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
That was almost horrible timing. So a couple things. My younger brother, who works down towards Philly, he drives a dump truck that's an automatic. So
automatic dump.
Just like his brother's mouth.
Second, it could be because I know out in the country, they're pretty lax with, like, taking the keys out of stuff. So maybe it was already unlocked. He just jumped in, started it, and went.
All right, so this could be small town syndrome. I don't think it'll ever happen to me. And then,
try that in a small town.
Well,
there it goes. Don't try to go. Here it comes again.
The last thing, if I was this dude and it was 3 months later, probably even after, like, maybe a couple weeks, I'd be like, oh, I got away with it.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
And, like, what's even more strange about the story, again, it says that he's been homeless in Monroe County. How did the police get a hold of him? To let
Find him,
to let him know, hey, we need you to turn yourself in. And if they did just happen to stumble upon him at this McDonald's in Henrietta, how good are these cops where they recognized a suspect that may have stolen 2 trucks from a business 3 months ago?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
All right, Ben. I don't have the heart to hurt your. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No tongue burn? What?
I don't know, man. You didn't impress me today. I need motivation. You just didn't give it to me.
Oh, okay.
I need you to come in
I'm
better next
sorry.
time. All right. Good call, Ben. Have a good rest of the day. We can't do all the work.
No.
You guys got to carry your.
Just meet us halfway.
Yeah, thank you. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Eric. Eric says, what you guys don't know is how insecure, I think he means, is insecure the word he's looking for?
Lack of security.
Okay, we'll go with that. Workplaces with delivery trucks are. A lot of times they will leave the keys in the car because multiple guys drive those trucks. The places I went to had barbed wire fences around them to help, but if you can manage to get over that fence, you could drive the truck through the fence.
All right. You got to really want a truck.
You don't really want a truck?
Crawling through barbed wire. Get me a truck.
252 WCMF 252-9263. I mean, maybe this is more common than we think. Dave's on CMF. Hey, Dave, what's up, buddy?
Hey.
Hey.
I was just wondering if you guys might have had the trucks stolen from the wrong location.
What do you mean?
Because we had 2 of our trucks stolen in Clyde.
Was this back in October?
Yep.
No kidding. Maybe it is. I don't know. I'm just going off what I got in the story here. So, okay, without saying the name of the business, if it, whether or not it's the same story, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Were you surprised when you got to work and found out that both of those trucks had been stolen, or is this something like, I could see how someone would do that?
I'm so surprised.
You do sound surprised.
Wow.
Oh, thanks.
All right. Dave, great call, buddy. Thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. I mean, if it was the place and we had asked, how do the employees not notice? I think we figured it out.
Stole from Clyde, drove all the way to Savannah.
Tell me.
Yeah.
They say there are 3 things you should never talk about.
Oh, yeah, the big 3.
Politics, religion, and money.
Mm-hmm.
And people don't like to talk about money. No one's going to tell you what they make. No one's going to tell you how much debt they have.
Right.
And it's weird because despite the fact that we don't want people to know how much we make, people also go out of their way to spend money to flash to make it look like they have money.
You want to look big money?
So why then is anybody on the planet allowed to simply go online, put this easy information in, and find out, most likely, how much you're actually worth?
So I can pants your financial ass.
But it's weird that we have all of this problem with all this other information getting out, but not a single person goes, hey, why is this totally okay and accepted? And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. people are weird about money, Tommy.
Oh, sure.
On one hand, you would never dream of telling someone how much you make.
No, but we all want money.
Oh, true. And everyone that has money, Tommy, even the people that got it, they try and downplay how much of it they have.
Cry poor, as my old man would say.
It's like you say, man, nobody ever wants to say they're rich.
Right, and nobody thinks they're rich.
Exactly. But on the other hand, those same people, everybody that play close to the vest what they make, will go spend money on things so people can see how well they're doing.
I'm big money, baby.
So we don't want folks to know what we make, but we want them to know what we make. There is a way for folks to really see what you're worth.
What's the secret?
Tommy, it's easy as getting online and putting in an address.
I just type in a guy's name, I get his money?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. The Eclipse talk is heating up, buddy.
Oh, here we go.
It's right around the corner. Well, during Where They Whinin', I think it was 2 weeks ago, somebody said that there is a town that has been named the best town in the greater Rochester area.
Eclipseville.
Like, for whatever reason.
See the eclipse.
Yeah.
All right.
And it turns out that man was wrong because we now know the best place.
Close, but not quite there.
All right.
But, Kimmy, if you want to watch it from here, it's going to freaking cost you.
Damn, they already figured out what they're going to charge
And it makes
to
you
look
want-
up.
It is weird. Because I could just go, like, right outside there and do the same thing.
Is everything, Kimmy, Eclipse-wise going to be this expensive?
I don't know.
We'll get to it just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah.
I would like to read you a headline from the Democrat and Chronicle website this morning.
What did I say?
You ready? Quote, how much did your neighbor's house cost? Search our real estate database.
Okay.
This goes all the way back, the database, to 2004. And my favorite part about that headline, they don't even try and hide why they're giving you the story. It's not like, see housing price trends or which neighborhood prices have risen the fastest. They are well aware that everyone uses these kind of things to spy on their neighbors and their friends and their family and get a gauge for what the people around us make.
Okay.
And it's not just, Tommy, what your neighbors or friends paid for a house that you can easily go find. Kimmy, you know, if you go on a website like Zillow or countless others.
Say what it's sold for.
And what it's worth right now.
Yeah.
Tommy, the most valuable thing in a person's life is the house they own.
Well, it's the biggest thing you're ever going to buy, right?
You got it. And all of the financial information for that house is available to anyone who wants it instantly.
So you'll know what they paid for, what they put down.
You won't know what they put down. You'll know what they paid.
Okay.
You'll know how long they've been there. You'll know what the house is worth.
Okay.
So you can kind of get an idea of
What you made of.
Yeah, exactly. And the only reason it's not strange to everybody is because it's existed for so long. Because if that existed for any other thing, people would freak the hell out. Like Tommy, for example, if tomorrow a website showed up that revealed the annual income of every person in America simply by searching their name, people would lose their minds.
They would crash. That site would crash immediately.
Well, that's what's funny. Everyone would go look at it while simultaneously being upset that their
Yes,
information is
yes.
now out there. If tomorrow, Tom, you could go to a site, put in someone's name and address, and see exactly how much debt that person had.
That's the one you really want to see.
You sure? Because your information would be out there too.
True.
Yeah, but I where am I going?
I've made peace.
I would love to see the debt.
The debt would be more interesting to you than the income.
Oh, absolutely, man.
I'm kind of with him on
Yeah.
that.
Because if you're living high on the hog, you're trying to be big money and you ain't, then you gotta know. Man.
Okay, so both of those things, what you make annually and what debt you have, it would be wildly inappropriate
It
to
would be
see.
the ultimate judgment day.
So then how is what you spent on your house and how much it's worth now, for some reason, something we all decided was fine being public information?
Yeah.
What the hell happened?
Well, I guess you could always, even back in the day, if you wanted to know what a piece of property was purchased for, you could go down and get the records that were called the stamps, and you could see exactly what that original cost of that piece of property or land or anything. But you had to go work. You had to go down and look at the public record.
You got it.
Now, you could go on Zillow and basically get this done.
I can find out what your house is worth right now.
Yeah.
Literally, as we're having this conversation, while having the conversation. And here's the thing, Tommy. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You can tell a ton about someone's financial situation based on the information you get from these sites. Like we said, what you spent initially, what it's worth now, how long you've been there. That gives me a fairly accurate idea of what your bank account looks like, right?
Yeah, what you can qualify for.
Yeah.
And you're not doing this You're not looking for anybody you're pulling for. You're looking at your frenemies and your enemies. If you're if you're not in the market and you're just dicking around on one of these sites, you're not looking for friends.
He's right. He's
You're not pulling,
right.
man, I hope they're doing okay. You're looking for some negative financial crap on somebody to make yourself feel better.
Or you want to see, look what they spent on that house. They
Yeah.
cry poor all the time. I ain't
Yes.
got this for
Yeah.
that. And you spent that much on your house.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think you'd be curious even about people you like?
That wouldn't motivate me. Maybe
Okay,
once
all
I'm
right.
to get me to click on that site.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm looking
you
for
You
negative.
need some juicy info.
Hey, if I ran across you or Pat, I may
Yeah.
take a peek, but that's not my motivation.
By the way, you're one of my best friends. I still would look at that and hope that it would. I still want to be better than you.
But you wouldn't be that wouldn't be your first
It
motivation.
wasn't until just now. Hold on one sec. Stand by.
What?
I'm done nothing.
Oh, go ahead. You're
I'm
gonna look.
Googling something.
You know I don't own the house.
ZILL.
I don't show up.
252 WCMF 252-9263. The headline of a story this morning in the DNC, and it's brilliant. How much does your neighbor's house cost? Search our real estate database, and it's the only piece of financial information that is publicly available, mostly, right?
Yeah.
You don't know somebody's salary, you can't search that. You don't know how much debt they have, you can't search that. But we can look at every house in the greater Rochester area, find out when it sold, what it sold for, how much it's worth now, and that gives you a pretty accurate representation of what your friends, family, coworkers are making.
You can also catch people in a financial lie.
For example.
Because you can say, yeah, man, I sold that house. I made $80,000 on that house.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I can go and see what you really made on that house.
You're
Financial lying mouth.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Dave. Hey, Dave, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, so there is a site that you can go on for any New York State employee and find out what they're making.
Okay.
It's called See Through New York, and you could just go on there, type in, if you know, let's say a police officer, type in their name, and it'll come up with how much they made last year, and it'll go back to years past.
Okay. All right. So,
so
Dave,
to
it
an
sounds
extent,
like
you can see. Yeah.
sounds like you've looked up some people you know, Dave.
Well, different people talk about, the overtime they got, or, makes you wonder.
Dave, that giggle, that was such an evil giggle. Makes you wonder. You just wanted to pants somebody, Dave. Admit it. What a dick. All right, Dave, let me ask you a question. If tomorrow the state of New York came out and said, look, we find it valuable that everyone knows what everyone makes, it'll help businesses have to pay more. Look, I mean, there's an argument to be made for making everyone's annual income public because it wouldn't give the ability for our jobs to keep us down. Now that I know what my coworker makes.
Right.
Dave, if the state said tomorrow we want to come to you, sign off on this, and we're going to make your annual income public, would you sign off on that?
Sure. I mean, I work in the public sector anyway. So
Okay, all right. So you're already dealing
I'm
with
on that site.
Okay, all right, well, I'm going to go look up Dave now. Dave, thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. There goes Dave. He's looking up coworkers.
Of course.
What a dick.
I will say this, and once people know what you make, it changes the mood of the building.
Well, you had a unique experience.
Yeah, somebody got a hold of a piece of paper with everybody's salary on it. Everybody's in the old building.
Okay.
And the person that found it, was broadcasting.
Well, yeah, the worst guy that could have found it.
Oh, yeah, or the best guy, depending on where you're looking. But it pissed people off, especially people that were not making a lot of money and, doing a lot of the work.
So with this conversation that we're having and what we want public and what we don't want public and what we can find and what we can't, Tommy, should the price of homes, what people paid and what they're worth now, private residences, be information we can pull up whenever we want?
I think so, because if you want to buy something, you want to know what it's worth.
Okay, but there's a way we could have that and make this a little more private.
How you do that?
Well, for example, like if you were to institute a policy when you went to buy a house, this stuff could only be accessed by a realtor. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to buy a house. I will find out what these homes are worth, but I would have to go to a realtor for them to tell me. That way I can't sit at home and put in every address of everyone I know.
But then I don't know if this realtor's jiving me because he's trying to get me to negotiate a deal, which takes it out of my hands.
Okay, you're right.
So you can't do it that way because it's all about negotiation.
You have to rely on somebody's honesty. You're saying,
Right.
Yeah.
There's no sticker price on a house. You can negotiate whatever you want.
All right, what if we went back to having to do actual work for it? Because, like, if I'm buying a house, I'm happy to go down to a town hall or something and pull those records to see what homes are worth. The people, you're right, 90% of the people that are doing this on Zillow and all these other town websites.
It's a jealousy tour.
And I think you go down you may start looking up like one person's information, and then it just spirals. I mean, like you don't even. It's an endless amount of information on your friends, family, and neighbors.
100%. Like, there are other businesses that run that way where they have information that you can get, but it's kept kind of private. For example, I can't go run a credit check on Kimmy totally for free without her consent right now. There are a bunch of hoops I would need to jump through. And if that existed, where you could credit check everybody instantly, Tommy, I'd take the day off. You and I would sit here at this computer and just keep taking people's names to see what their credit score is. It would be
worse than staring at porn all day. That would be busted financial porn.
Why are we so evil with this stuff?
Because we're all nosy, and we're all curious, and we all want to think, nobody's doing any better than me.
But going back to a thing I brought up earlier, and you said you don't care. I get it at your age. Everyone knows that you're busted.
Yeah.
Fine. In getting those other people's information publicly, you would also have to surrender all of your private financial information.
You got to give it up. You got to give a pound of flesh too.
Would the average person be willing to make that trade-off? Everyone's going to know all your financial skeletons, but I get to look at everyone else's.
I'm thinking, if you're poor, what do you care? I want to see what you uppity-ups are taking from me.
Well, but poor is a relative term. There are people that aren't doing well, but they're riding plastic, and they got side gigs that are helping them out a little bit where they're projecting success.
All right. Well, yeah, those aren't going to do it. But I'm talking you straight up poor, uncut poor folk.
Pure Colombian uncut poor.
Poor folk. I think, what do they got to lose? So let's see what's going on.
All right, Kimmy, we know you're busted.
Okay, thanks.
Well, no, I mean, am I wrong? Like, with all due respect.
I'm not busted.
I meant like salary-wise, not as a person.
You mean both, but
not
that's
as
fine.
A human. No, you're a non-busted human being. Right. Kimmy, would you be willing to surrender your annual salary, how much debt you're in, all of that information publicly if it meant you could look up everyone else's?
Yeah.
Such a
what do I have to lose? I don't care.
But here's the thing, like with her, she's not flashy, so like I wouldn't really care about looking her up because she doesn't project like she's like hiding something.
I feel like it's...
She walks in busted.
Oh, she's hiding something. It's not her money, but she's hiding something.
Where?
What does that mean? That was weird and creepy. I don't know.
What, me or him?
Him.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was him. He said that.
It takes a lot for you to really creep me out for whatever reason.
Oh, for God's sakes, it was a flat joke.
I'm just making jokes about your chest.
I'm working over here.
How did it sound, Karen?
Where? I think I almost find it, the more I would have, like the more money I have, the less I would want people to know.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I understand. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Al. Al says, more people's salaries are public than you think. Not only can you find public employees, as Dave mentioned earlier, professional athletes' salaries are made public. Okay, that's small...
My God, that's a headline usually on ESPN. Do I care?
To that point, though, with this job, we've been fortunate enough to meet and become friends with a couple of men and women that played professional sports. And, I mean, look, there's a lot of them that live around town. You may be friends with some of them, too.
Yeah.
It does have to be strange.
Yeah.
When every single person you know can Google how much money you
make.
make.
That's true.
Right? Because, like, you can't hide anything. And by the way, that number that those people see is not the actual number that you're making. Like we talked about earlier this week, Christian McCaffrey, running back for the 49ers. He's making $10 million this year.
Right.
Well paid. Yet he said he couldn't afford a suite at the Super Bowl that cost $2.5 million. And when you did the breakdown, $10 million becomes $5 million, right, with taxes and fees.
Yeah.
That would be half of his salary this year on a suite for one game.
Yeah.
And I think that creates the problem not only with looking up housing prices to see what someone's worth, even having their annual salary and debt ratio.
Okay.
You'd think you'd have an idea of how much money is in these people's bank accounts and what they're able to do, but you don't know what the circumstances of their lives are.
True. I would find it funny to find that closet millionaire, like the one you didn't realize was sitting there with so much bank, but just like they call it the millionaire next door.
Yeah.
Boring guy, not flash, but then all of a sudden you find out he's got like $5 million in the bank.
That would be the person that would want to fight against our idea the most.
Yeah.
You ain't kidding.
Yeah.
Because he wants to live under the financial radar.
Yeah, because if he didn't, he'd be having all that fun with that money.
But there's people out there, man, that are doing it probably in your neighborhood.
And it would change the way you looked at that person forever.
Oh, absolutely.
So, I mean, in all reality, like as fun as this exercise is, it would be the worst thing to ever happen to humanity.
Yes, because here's the thing: like if you saw somebody with money living high in the hog, it pisses you off, right? But it would also piss you off if you saw regular ass Joe, regular house.
It would piss you off.
No,
No,
I'm
but
fine
like
with,
he's got.
you're the only one that gets pissed
Yeah.
off.
But let's say your next door neighbor is just a regular guy,
Yeah.
regular car. You find he's worth $5 to $10 million. Why aren't you spending it, man? You're wasting your life over here. What are you gonna do? Give it to the government?
but
leave it to your kids?
Give
Go
it
have some
to
fun.
the
I would be pissed off. But you're also not spending.
Yeah,
it.
but what if he spent it on something loud? Now you're pissed.
Yes.
And that's what's so weird about Tommy, right? Like, look, why does it matter what he's doing with his money? Why does that bother you?
Go spend it.
So, like, going
Because
back,
I'm thinking everything I want to spend it on, and you're wasting your life.
going back to the professional athlete, right? Like, anytime one of your favorite documentaries of all time is Broke.
Oh God, it's phenomenal.
And it's the story of all of these professional athletes and how they lost their money.
Yeah.
And every time a story comes up where a professional athlete loses money, you laugh and laugh and laugh. Idiot, dumbass. Then on the other hand, when we have these stories of these athletes that live very mild lives, your Matt Milano is your who's the quarterback in Minnesota? Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Right? You kill them.
Yeah.
Where'd you spend your money? Like, no matter what somebody does with money,
Yes.
you hate them.
I like to be entertained on both sides of the financial football.
But you were brought up a spoiled-ass rich kid of a millionaire.
Yes, I was.
So you don't even have, like, that ability to be like, do you know how I was raised? Yeah, like you.
But I knew how much fun my old man. The only joy my old man had was pissing away money and trying to be a big shot. Like he lived for that.
And you kill him
Yes, I
every
do.
day on the air for
Yes,
that.
I do. Yes, I do.
I don't understand you, man.
I'm torn. You know. I'm a conflicted soul, Pat.
Well, look, as we talk about money, annual salaries and what homes cost and the debt that you have, that's big money.
Sure it is.
We're going to talk about smaller money, but still bigger money than we thought. Because that eclipse that's going to be right over Rochester, it's quickly approaching. And because of that, towns and businesses and villages and colleges and museums are doing all they can to get their ducks in a row to try and get people to come and watch there. And Kimmy, it seems like everywhere is having some kind of eclipse event.
There's a party just about. There's an eclipse party around every corner, Pat.
She's right. Yes, she's right. There is a place that it turns out, one area in the greater Rochester area that will have the most eclipse of anybody else.
Okay, this is like the center point.
You got
Prime
it.
spot.
And to get that extra time, sounds like it's going to cost you.
Damn.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The race is on, Tommy.
What's going on?
Dozens, maybe even over 100 different places in the greater Rochester area. They all want you to watch the eclipse with them.
So they're just waiting to hose your ass.
Okay, can we not go in negative right away?
Well, that's what you're saying.
No, I know.
Because they jacking the prices
I know.
and they hosing. They hosing and they jacking.
Scam.
Jacking and a hosing. Hosing and a jacking.
There ain't no hoses.
Hose in
China. They have
No, they
hoses?
got hoses.
Okay, I don't know. You don't need them with that big wall. There's no water getting over there. Look, we know of one place,
Yeah.
but different locations are offering all different kinds of perks for spending time
All
with
right.
them. There is only, however, one place that can offer you this. And despite the argument that other towns in Rochester
Sky.
will be the best place to be,
How is this?
it seems this West Side town will be the prime spot to watch the sun disappear.
This sounds scamola.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Can I at least give you a little information?
I'm listening.
Before you immediately decide it's a scam.
Our clouds are better.
Tommy, there's big money at stake for this upcoming eclipse.
Oh, yeah.
We have a ton of folks coming in from out of town.
And you got to get
Hotels-
it quick because it's going to come and go like that eclipse.
Kimmy, hotels, Airbnbs,
Yeah,
they are
they're expecting a huge influx of people.
You got it. There are bars, restaurants that are throwing parties that require tickets and reservations. The Rochester Museum and Science Center has a week-long celebration plan, and there have been some very creative ideas to try and get people in the door.
All right, what's going on now?
Well, here's the thing. Despite all of that, no place can offer what the village of Brockport can.
Brockport.
Yes. Did you know that Brockport will have the longest experience with the eclipse in our area on Monday, April
Not
8th?
Spencerport.
No. So we got a call during Where They Wine in
Yeah.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago, and we had a couple people say that Parma Hilton area was the prime spot.
Yeah.
So up by the
apparently.
lake.
Yeah.
Up by the lake.
Okay.
But this is a different story than we got last week.
So Brockport
Yeah.
will be getting an extra 5 seconds of eclipse compared to downtown Rochester
That's a lot, Pat,
on April 8th.
when you eclipsing.
And we're not making that up.
Yeah.
Downtown Rochester will get 3 minutes and 38 seconds of darkness, where according to 10 NBC, Brockport will get 3 minutes and 43 seconds. And it's enough of a difference where the town had a meeting earlier this week to talk about what their plans are,
Okay.
expecting more people. For example, the University of Brockport is holding a viewing party that day.
Okay.
It starts at 11 a.m. They will have live entertainment, food trucks. You'll get Eclipse glasses and commemorative stickers along with a free parking spot.
So it's a festival.
Yeah.
Free parking spot.
They
They
included free
that?
parking
Yeah.
in the thing.
Okay.
Kimmy, all of this
What's the
Yeah.
whack?
can be yours.
For?
Thank God we're all sitting down.
The low price.
How much?
Starting at $80 a ticket.
$80.
Ahead?
$80.
Wait, when you say starting at, what could it go
Are,
up to?
are there VIP seats available?
yeah.
That
Closer to the
information-
sun? You get to stand on your tippy toes?
I tried to find it. I couldn't find
What?
what,
Yeah, like,
the
does
tickets
it
go up to.
That's a
include-
scam.
It doesn't include the food, I'm guessing, if there's food trucks.
That I don't know. It's $80. Who knows?
All
Who
right,
knows?
all right.
But think about this.
That's nuts.
Think about this.
And
Yeah.
you know that entertainment is going to be weak.
What are you talking about, man? It's a college campus.
Yeah. Bongo Joe's going to be out there.
Bongo Joe. But you would have to imagine
Yeah.
if SUNY Brockport with food trucks and glasses is charging $80 a seat,
Yeah.
there are probably going to be more expensive options around
Oh,
town.
yeah.
What about like buildings that have like rooftop viewing?
I'm sure they're going to be booked up
I
and
would
they'll be
imagine
charging
they
stuff for
are
that.
taking
right?
advantage. Yeah.
How much is it going to cost to look at the sky?
$100 a head.
Well, if you want to do it in a group, apparently it's going to cost you at least a ticket.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Are all of the events in our area going to be that expensive, like the bar and the restaurant stuff?
Sure. It's a money grab, bro. They're going to charge you a cover to go into their place to watch this stuff.
Can you just take like 1 second to think before you're like, yeah, I don't like the sky. I hate it. This is stupid. I think it's stupid, so I'm going to get mad about it. It's possible that SUNY Brockport is just like overshooting how much people are willing to
They
spend
could.
to
Well,
watch
you
this.
are
Yeah.
taking a shot because you have no idea who's really going to show up.
No,
Yeah.
and look, I'm excited about this. My kids are excited. I ain't spending,
No.
it would be, 4 times 8, 16, $320 for my kids and my wife to go watch an eclipse.
So if it's a cloudy day, which we could have,
yes.
it would like if they forecast 10 days out clouds.
Yeah.
It's going to shut all this down.
I don't know. You're already going to have people coming into town.
But I'm saying like you're not going to get the experience. Like people are going to follow the sun and probably go where it's nice.
People are going to follow the sun.
Because you told me this thing goes all the way down to Texas.
No, I didn't say that. I don't know where it goes. You must have heard it somewhere else.
This is the only show I listen to, unfortunately.
Yeah, you also watch nonstop news all the time. I'm sure 13 Wham dripped a little Eclipse knowledge in your stupid
somebody
brain.
did say, it does follow a path from somewhere down south straight up.
But
So
I don't
know.
down.
But for whatever reason, apparently, like up here is a better. I don't know. I don't know if it lingers longer.
It goes all the way to George
but
Bush's ranch. I'll tell you that. It goes all the way out to Odessa.
All right, so you two are telling me right now that neither of you are going to buy a ticket or pay a cover to see an event.
I got a yard.
Okay.
I got a yard that's open, and my wife's only charging me $40.
We're also forgetting this isn't like a Saturday afternoon.
It's a Monday.
It's the middle. Yeah, it's the middle of
man.
a work day. So I don't know how many people would pay for a full event as opposed to maybe just something you can go to for like 10 minutes.
You got to keep in mind,
Yeah.
we're seeing that most kids are off of school
Yeah.
for this event.
So you think people will be taking off because of that?
I mean, I don't know how else you'd pull it off. All right, so Tommy, as you sit here and tell me, we discover that SUNY Brockport is charging $80 for a day-long experience to get the most Eclipse for your money. Again, Brockport will have an extra 5 seconds of Eclipse opposed to downtown Rochester. There's nothing you would pay to experience the Eclipse with?
No. Why? Why would you pay?
Down in Sodus, it was announced yesterday that you can buy a ticket to view the Eclipse from the Sodus Point Lighthouse.
Ooh.
Oh, what happened? What happened?
Well, you didn't say lighthouse, man. You know how I feel about lighthouse.
Yeah, you are weird about lighthouses.
I'm from a lighthouse town.
You got a lighthouse face. If you're watching the stream, it was very funny.
I mean, you kind of get a little space.
You get lighthouse.
You get lighthouse.
So surrounding the lighthouse, there will be food trucks, donuts, hot chocolate, beer will be part of the viewing
Beer?
event. Although
I'm in.
And a pair of viewing glasses. Tommy,
Yeah.
what would you be willing to
I
spend?
might step up.
Extra VIP if you get to stand in the lighthouse.
If I go
and
up to
view it.
lighthouse, I would pay, seriously, $80 to go up to lighthouse with a beer to watch the eclipse.
I got some bad news. So there is one special ticket because the lighthouse is so small.
To go up.
Yeah. So
How much?
$25 gets you at the foot of the lighthouse.
So you're at the festival.
They're auctioning it off.
Wow.
Yeah, you can get screwed on that.
And the silent auction, it has room for 5 people.
All right.
Starts at $500.
I ain't doing that.
I'm from Lighthouse
Okay,
10.
all right.
I'm not
I'm from
going-
Pittsburgh.
Man, I'm not going paying $500 for your busted ass country lighthouse.
All of a
You
sudden,
wouldn't
it's a
go,
bus.
but if a buddy paid that much, you're in. Can I come with you? I'm part of the 5, right?
Oh, if I'm in on the 5?
Yeah.
On his $500 dime? Oh, yeah.
Oh, you saying meet you at the 5?
Yeah.
But he says you got to chip in for it, though.
I'm out.
252 WCMF 252-9263. You know what's interesting about this is, we first heard about this from the Rochester Museum and Science Center, obviously,
Yeah.
right? Like that's who made us
Well,
aware
that's
of
their
this.
gig.
And look, they've done a great job planning events and getting people excited. They have a whole Eclipse task force that they're doing. There's something for everybody at the planetarium and the museum the week leading up to this stuff. But like when it comes to people that aren't really into science, that
Yeah.
maybe won't want to have the museum
Which is
experience,
most people.
maybe this isn't about the eclipse. Maybe it's about the party.
Of course it's the party, man.
But here's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
When you look at these prices of things and go, well, I'm not paying that for science. Kimmy, you don't really care about St. Patrick's Day.
I mean, it's fun, but I'm not like super invested in it.
Like,
if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, you're not there to celebrate the actual
no,
St. Patrick's Day.
no.
But
Just
you paid
gonna put
co-
on some green and drink beer.
But you paid cover to go into bars and parties
Yeah.
on St. Patrick's Day
Yeah.
Parade Day, right? Maybe
Aren't you
it's-
doing an appearance?
Where would that be, Tommy?
Where, Tommy?
Flatty McBusted?
Was it Flatty McBusters or was it?
Do we still have the
Busted
spot? We could run it back.
It works either way.
All right.
The point I'm making is this. Maybe it's not about the science of the whole thing
Yeah.
when the eclipse happens for most people. Maybe it's just about having a party
I
and
will
the
say
eclipse
this.
is there.
The time of the year, there's nothing going on. That does work. People just want to get out and have some fun.
Yeah.
But it is a weird, it's a Monday afternoon, might be a little difficult
Well, it
to
would
get your like sky buzz on.
Unless they're
and you
really-
forget about the green scene that's going to show up.
Shut up, you old man. Lighthouses, green scene.
You know, there's going to be the green scene at the 5,
I'm not paying
Unless-
token and looking.
Looking at a
Token, token, and looking.
Unless they're really relying on people that are like out of towners
Yeah.
to fill these spots. Because
Nerds.
obviously, like those people aren't here to work. They're just here to view the eclipse
Yeah.
and that's it.
And here's the thing, man. Like, if you're charging high prices to try and host people from coming out of town, I'm okay with that.
Oh, I get it.
Get your money.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not.
It ain't happening again, so yes, grab it.
I'm past. I get it. I'm encouraging it. Like, if you're anticipating Rochester folks spending all this money, that's kind of effed up.
Yeah.
If you know that people are coming from more affluent areas that will have no problem dropping $50, $80, $100 on a
For
ticket
the
for something,
experience, yeah.
get it.
Take advantage of it.
Get your money.
Yeah. I'm for you.
Get that green.
What do you do with it?
Well, you toke it, and then you put it in the tote.
Oh, well, you tilt-toke it.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We find out yesterday that the village town of Brockport will have 5 seconds more of eclipse compared to downtown Rochester when the eclipse happens on, Monday, April 8th. Yes. And because of that, the town got together. They were having a meeting to try and figure out what they should do if there's an influx of people. SUNY Brockport is offering an event. It starts at 11 o'clock in the morning. They say they'll have food trucks, commemorative stickers, live entertainment. You get a pair of Eclipse glasses, and tickets for that event start at $80 a person.
I wonder if people have seen this and are trying to throw like their own parties or own take advantage.
You mean people in Brockport?
People in Brockport or like these
businesses
areas that are supposed to be the most viewable areas. I'm wondering if people rope off their front yards and charge for some kind of event.
Well,
Why not?
Oak Hill did it for the PGA Championship.
Yeah.
They do it for Bill's camp.
I don't know, with the village of Brockport. I guess college will still be in session, so I don't know how upset you could be if you had a bunch of people parked on your lawn looking up in the sky.
Right.
Do you want those people at your house, though?
Yeah, but they're never coming back, so grab their money. So it's a one-time event.
No, you're right, but I still got to deal with them on my lawn all day. And what if you get big old nerds that spend $30 to sit in your lawn and watch the sky?
And they don't leave.
We're celestial event.
Yeah, that would be bad. They're going to break it down afterwards.
There is one group of people who will be hurt if this does become universally expensive across the board.
Who's that?
Folks with kids.
Oh.
Because like we said, most school districts have given kids the day off to stay home and watch the eclipse, which means mom and dad are responsible for entertainment. Mm-hmm. So if your kid wants to be a part of this, and like we talked about this morning, Kimmy, if they talk about it at school.
They'll come home with the glasses and all the eclipse-themed stuff.
Am I spending money to make it a unique special day? Or are we going to a park and just doing it busted ham cheese sandwich style?
I would say I would take a page from the playbook of your father. And
nobody should ever do that.
Busted as backyard, lie to him, tell him this is one of the best spots.
That's exactly what he would do.
Yeah.
If he even cared about the eclipse ever. Okay, by the way, you were asking, we got folks writing us now.
What's that?
Where it's coming from, the eclipse.
How far it stretches.
Yes, it goes from southwest to northeast.
All right, so southwest would take you into Texas. I'd take you into the Panhandle.
Okay,
you're talking about Amarillo. Goes from Amarillo all the way to Brockport. And maybe across George Bush's ranch.
Keeps going in Brockport, George Bush's ranch.
No, in Amarillo.
Why would you not start with George Bush's ranch and then get to Brockport? It's how directions work, you idiot. Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Ann. Ann says, I'm not someone who likes to spend money, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I'd be fine spending $50, $100, $150 if I could eat, drink, and have fun with my friends while experiencing this event.
But what's weird about this is this is an event where you don't need to watch it with anybody. It's not like a game where you're breaking down film. And unless somebody really knows what they're talking about, you're kind of just sitting there just taking it in. There's no need to interact with anybody.
It's like watching a sunset.
Fair enough.
Or a sunrise. I mean, what are you going to do?
What are you doing, Fiddler on the Roof now?
Sunrise.
You might actually...
You doing Sinatra doing Fiddler on the Roof?
You might actually be annoyed by
Sammy
somebody.
would have done that one. I'm sorry, Kimmy.
Sorry. I'm just stepping all over your stupid jokes.
I don't get your old jokes, so I don't want to listen. I'm just going to do my show. I'm going to do the Kimmy and the young person show. No Rat Pack. You were saying, I'm sorry.
You might actually be annoyed by somebody talking through it. Because not everybody's going to take it in the same way you are.
There is going to be let's say it gets close to it's
well, you
time
know what's
for the
happening
eclipse.
now. Yeah.
There's going to be shh, everybody be quiet. And everybody's going to be baked, boozed up, listening to their hacky sack tunes.
Boozed up and baked?
Yes.
I would go to that event.
And nobody's going to shut up. There's going to be people that are going to, to your point, want to treat this like some religious experience and want everybody to be quiet.
Okay.
And everybody's going to be high as a kite.
All right, here's what you're not considering. Look, I'm with you, right? I'm not someone who is often
I'm not blown away by it.
Exactly. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
Even cynical dicks like us, and if you're like us and you're listening to the show, there are those moments in your life where you come across something that is so profound and beautiful that you did not anticipate. It takes a second.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm not a nature person.
Yeah.
But when I was on the road doing comedy, the sun was coming up. I was driving overnight. I was through Colorado, and the sun was coming up over the Rockies.
Look at that.
And it was like the most profound, unexpected thing. Like, it like almost made me emotional. And I am not that guy.
Rocky Mountain High.
I know you've had experience.
In Colorado.
I know you've had experiences like that.
He's
Alone
gonna go
with your
on
thoughts.
stage and die in Colorado.
No, like I didn't anticipate that, and I was just like, wow.
It would blow you away.
So it's possible that even with this cynical
Yes.
take we have, that when that happens, you're going to look up in the sky and go, oh my God, I did not anticipate this moving me in the way that it did.
Okay.
Okay, but here's the thing. You were surprised by that. You did not expect to have that experience.
No, I didn't.
But if I said, hey, man, sunrise in Colorado, who's in?
I
Your
wouldn't go.
fat ass would hungover.
You're right.
Boozed up, busted ass, hack ass would I get out of that condo bed to go look at a sunrise?
You're right. But you're going to look up in the sky
Yeah.
when the eclipse happens, so you're going to be seeing it.
I'm going to get blown away.
It's possible you are. It's possible that you would never admit it, but you would look at your wife and go, wow, this is beautiful. This is way more beautiful than I anticipated.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see how I take it all in, man.
By the way, like News 8 is pushing this
course they
eclipse
are.
story hard. Like there's a story
You
last
know why?
week.
Because the sky's free.
There's a story last week. I'm going to read you.
Kushko's already out there taking pictures of it.
I'm going to read you the headline. You ready?
Oh, the amount of old man eclipse pictures.
Oh, God.
Prepare yourself.
So what you got?
The headline says, do solar eclipse glasses expire?
What?
Why would you need? It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Why would you need them again in case you live another 150 years?
Well, how would glasses
Yeah.
expire?
Look, I don't know how
break
this works.
down.
It's so...
I don't
all
know.
right.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Oh, is it those 3D looking crappy ones?
Well, they look like 3D glasses, but it's just they don't have
Yeah.
the 3D effect. They're
All
just,
right.
don't wear 3D glasses to look at the eclipse. Your eyes will burn out of your face. Do it. Go ahead.
I never bought it.
Okay, go ahead. Tell you what, you just take a magnifying glass and look through that.
Birds stare at the sun all the time. They ain't blind.
Yeah, how many have flown into your window?
A few.
There was a big event on the east side yesterday, and it's something that Kimmy's really upset that she missed. There was no publicity for this at all,
I didn't
Kimmy.
know about this.
Oh.
But here's
You
the
would
thing.
think this would be a bigger deal.
Well, but it could be a bigger deal if it was possible to pull off the
Yeah.
right way, which with Rochester and the scene we have might be impossible.
You're saying there's too many?
I think so.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Someone in this room is pissed
What happened?
that she missed this major food competition last night. But here's the thing, Kimmy, as much as it would have been fun to try all this pizza, you can't get a good gauge for a champion based on the participants they had.
Yeah, I mean, it was small sample size.
You got it.
Yeah.
And even if we were to try and do this the right way in Rochester, it may not be possible.
The hell is it?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, time to get our hate on, buddy.
That's right, hate mail of the week. Hate that comes towards not only us, but a man who I don't know how you hate. He has to be one of the most, I'm not exaggerating, helpful people in the history of our community.
Oh, really? But somebody hates this guy.
And we'll get into it
right.
just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Last night, Tommy, Clash of the Crust went down at Parrington Rec Center.
Sounds pretty gross.
That was a pizza competition.
I get it.
Okay, that's a great name. Clash of the Crust, that's
All right.
good. No?
All right.
You got something better? Go.
No, just,
No, you got nothing.
Pizza party? I don't know.
Pizza party? How do you, it's not a competition.
Where was it at?
The Parrington Rec Center.
Why wouldn't you rhyme Parrington with pizza?
Go ahead.
Because it doesn't
Pizza
rhyme.
party.
That's not rhyming.
Well,
That's-
at least
that's
it pops with the
alliteration.
P's.
Okay.
Alliteration.
Why wouldn't you rhyme Parrington with pizza?
Like he says two names back to back that don't rhyme before asking
Well, yeah, but
why
they start
wouldn't
with
you
P.
rhyme those words. Anyway,
So what happened?
over 200 people showed up to sample pizza and decide a winner. So here's the thing.
So all the vendors that sell pizza in Parrington right now?
Now, I don't know if these are the only people
Or are
that
these
sell.
like busted like neighbors coming up with their concoctions?
There were 3 businesses, Tommy, that had their pizzas entered in the competition. Parrington Pizza Emporium.
See, that's how you rhyme.
Yeah, it's not.
Mark's, alliteration.
Mark's Pizzeria and Salvatore's Pizzeria.
Oh, so two of the big heavy hitters.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of them fine choices, right?
Yeah.
And Kimmy, you're really upset you didn't know about this.
I just, when I first saw it, I was like, wait, why was this not a bigger deal?
Okay.
Because I thought it was like at first it was like a Rochester pizza competition.
Just those.
But again, I didn't realize it was a smaller scale pizza competition.
Okay, so that being said, last night's winner can't be really crowned anything because there are 80 other pizza places in Rochester that weren't considered by the judges.
True.
And it raises the question, Kimmy, even if you tried to do this the right way,
Yeah.
could you do a best pizza place in Rochester?
I mean, I'd be there if they tried.
You do it with wings.
Okay, but
Yeah.
I
I know everybody has such a specific personal preference when it comes to the way they like their pizza. But I think you could make that argument with any food competition.
Okay, but here's the thing. With wings are pretty base. You're just changing size, you're changing texture, you're changing sauces, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to pizza, you got your traditional pies. You got the stupid, super thin brick oven pizzas. You got the really stupid, super thick Detroit-style pizzas. You got pizzerias in town that do Chicago-style. And there are pizzerias that do exclusively these pizzas. All of those pizzas, Kimmy, they're essentially different foods.
Yeah.
They're not even the same food. So how does a slice of, let's say, Salvatore's and a slice of, let's say, that Peels on Wheels place that does Detroit-style pizza, how do you compare those two pieces of pizza?
Well, I guess you'd find out which was the more popular style of pizza.
Okay, but that's not the competition. It's not a pizza style off. It's
But it's the
off.
best pizza according to people voting, right?
But Detroit-style pizza isn't pizza. It's bread with sauce on it.
Well, it's technically
But
pizza.
to you, so you'd be out.
So you wouldn't vote for it.
Sucks hard. Sucks long.
So you just want to have a competition based on your opinion of pizza?
No.
That would be the Pat's Pie Fest.
Pat's Pie.
And I saw that parade coming through my house.
Wait, your mom was the head of that parade? Because if there's one pie, then Pat gets whatever he wants. Mule pie.
Did you just third person mom joke him?
I did.
Yes.
And then I rhymed it, according to Tommy.
No, that's alliteration on a vagina joke.
No, but then, okay, let's say then, fine. We'll put all that aside.
Every pizza place put out their best slice, whatever that is.
Yeah.
If you were to take the best pizza places, just according to phone calls that we took, like not even taking everybody, you may, to judge all these pizzas, have to eat 30 pieces
that would be the
of
problem.
pizza.
Well, you
There'd
get
just
like
be
a
too
little
many.
piece. You're not eating a whole slice of everything. They give you like a little tasting, like they do at those beer fests, right? You get a little shot.
Okay, but what
and then
part-
you mark down which one you like.
But what part of the pizza do I get? I'm a guy who believes that the crust
Center?
is no, because I don't get to taste the crust. Crust is a very important
You're
part
right.
of pizza.
You're right.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it wouldn't work. There's no way. You would have to eat an entire slice of pizza from front to back from every single person in the competition.
If you almost did it like NCAA tournament style, like you had, the the pool of all the pizza places,
Okay,
and then you narrow it down and it keeps,
So you do it week by week?
Yeah, like this could be you could extend this for like a solid month.
All right, here's what you're not thinking.
What?
On the first week of the tournament, you still have to eat 32 pieces of
Okay,
pizza
yeah.
to make your bracket style
So you
work.
can't do it.
No. And then how do you seed them, Kimmy? Do you go with the oldest ones as the highest seeds? Do
Well,
you
who's
go-
like your number ones, like in town?
That's the problem. If we open up the phone lines and said,
Yeah.
what's the number one pizza
Those are
place
the
in
big
town?
hitters.
We would get 30 different ones.
Yeah.
So you can't even do it that way.
All right, so you're out.
I think it's impossible to do an authentic, good, certified Rochester best pizza in town competition.
Because I'm not a pizza snob if I'm eating pizza.
You're not a pizza eater, you bitch-ass bitch.
No, but neither are you. But when I eat,
No, I eat
like-
pizza. Sorry,
When?
He can.
Yeah.
Sundays.
When's
the last time you had
Between
pizza?
2 and 4.
When was the last time you had a slice of pepperoni pizza?
I had some when I was on vacation.
All right, well there you go.
Lie, why
No.
you lie? I want to be cool too. I eat pizza too,
I
guys.
had pizza on vacation.
Hey,
You asked me, and I tell you,
when you guys couldn't see me, I had pizza. Also, I have a girlfriend. She lives in Canada. No, she's coming to prom. You guys will see. Such a bitch. What a bitch-ass bitch. I mean, Kimmy,
Yeah.
like even in your house, if I were to walk in your house with you and your husband sitting there and go, tell me the best pizza place in Rochester, you and your husband would immediately
We have
get
two
into
different.
a
Well, yeah, we
argument.
have two different spots for sure.
Because my wife would say Wegmans. My wife would say Wegmans
Oh.
is number one. And she's wrong.
Well, he's more about the cheese. I'm more about the sauce. So that's where we differ.
Come on, Kimmy. How long
Yes.
have you worked on this show?
Same as their honeymoon. Yeah, because you crap all over Wegmans pizza.
No, okay. It's fine pizza.
It's number one.
There are 15 places I would rather go to before. I will eat Wegmans pizza. It's not bad pizza. It's not even close to the top in Rochester. It's
Because you get sold on this. You get sold on this mom and pop mentality of pizzeria.
But that's all they do. They do pizza.
That's all they do
Wegmans
all
does
day.
a lot of things.
And they
well,
always sell you that family recipe crap.
Oh, you mean like when you say everyone at Wegmans goes over to Italy to learn family recipes?
They go to Tuscany.
Yeah.
To the Pie Institute.
Uh-huh.
And they
Wait, your
study-
mom's got an institute? Pat's Pies, Tommy's mom, Yule.
so your argument is they go to a
They
place
go to
where
Pizza
people
Town.
perfected it.
No,
Yes.
Kimmy.
With like ground zero pizza.
Here's
like
what he
they
just
do
argued.
Tony and
Here's-
Maria that grew up in Gates.
Here's what he just argued. He
I would go to
just-
Tony and Maria's
Of
Pizza.
course you would.
I think there is a Tony Maria's
That would
pizza.
make sense.
There's probably a Tony and Marie's all over the joint.
Do you realize what you just said out loud?
Yeah, I alliterated.
No, you said
Made it rhyme.
you buy into this mom and pop old school pizza
Right.
recipe. And then in the next sentence, you said Wegmans is great because they send them to Italy to learn old school mom and pop
But
pizza
that's
recipes.
the holy land of pizza. Can we at least say that?
No, I don't think Italian
know.
pizza is
I
any better
don't-
than
yeah.
American pizza.
But you've never been to Italy and tasted true Italian pizza.
But we like American style pizza here.
It's like me going to
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But that
Like
ain't
I don't know if
pizza.
you would appreciate a pizza in Italy
It's
because
like
we're
me-
used to the way we make it.
yeah, I'm not. If I go to China, I know the Chinese food there is not going to appeal to me because I like Americanized Chinese food. Same with the Mexican food that I got in Texas. Does not taste like the food that you think it does.
So you want, all right.
I want what
You
I
want
like.
American pie.
And that's American.
That's what you want. You want American pizza.
Yes. Drive my Chevy to the levee and get some pizza. Let's take a break. I was waiting for Kimmy to start doing young person show again. You guys suck. Your jokes suck.
I don't
Do
get
your
it.
jokey jokes.
It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. You know what that means.
We've already started hating stuff.
There's been a lot of hate today.
Oh, a lot of hate.
Hate mail of the week. But see, our hate has been directed at things that I guess are hateable. This person, we did not imagine could be hated by anyone.
Oh, okay.
Because he might be legitimately the most helpful person in the history of our community.
Yeah, and you want this guy around when you're in distress.
But is he annoying or is he helpful?
Oh, here we go. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
No, because sometimes some people find things annoying.
Tell me about it.
Yeah. People can be a pest.
I wouldn't think he's annoying, but that is one of the arguments being made by this person.
Okay.
That maybe it's not a virtuous choice, but a choice they're making for some attention.
Oh.
And we'll get Hate Mail of the Week next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. it would be almost impossible to hate on what this man from our area is doing.
Oh, he's a do-gooder.
Well, Tommy, he's living literally every job that little boys wanted growing up all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow, despite this man only wanting to help people
It is amazing.
in every way possible,
Yeah.
someone is upset. Because they say the more you try and do, the worse you become at all of the stuff you're trying to do.
I mean, that's not a...
Oh, my God.
I mean, you can't do everything.
Oh, my
So
God.
you're saying you could stretch yourself too far.
Yes, I mean, there's a reason why that statement exists.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And back on January 25th, we told you about a pretty amazing man.
I've never heard of anything like this before in my life.
Dr. Scott Glick, he was working as an ER doctor at Thompson Hospital in Canandaigua. So he's an MD, went through medical school, the whole shebang. Back in 2020, he joined the volunteer fire department. First as an EMT, then according to the story, getting into some firefighting stuff. So at that point, he's a doctor, EMT, and volunteer firefighter in his spare time. While doing the volunteer stuff, he became fascinated with the work police officers were doing, and he wanted to try it.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Glick took a leave of absence from the hospital. He put himself through the Rural Police Academy at SUNY Potsdam, something that he finished in December. And he was sworn in as a member of the Ontario County Sheriff's Department.
So he's Doc Cop.
Yes. Now,
Tonight on CBS.
he still has academy work to do and some road training, but when it's all said and done, this man will be a police officer, EMT, firefighting doctor.
How do they not make a documentary about this guy?
Well, we got to make sure everything goes well first.
All right.
But to your point, like,
How does he have any time to do all this?
Okay, that's a good question, too. I mean, some people are just go-getters.
I know, but at some point you would just get burnt out from the schedule and the stress. All those are stress jobs.
You're right. You're absolutely
You have
right.
all of them.
But he made that decision.
I get it.
Okay, right. And look, I don't know how you could look at this man and have any negative feelings. He's doing everything he can to help everybody all he can.
Right.
Well, in fact, somebody does have negative feelings. In fact, they don't look at what this guy is doing as an accomplishment.
Yeah. Well,
They actually see it as a massive strike against him.
oh.
Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, saying it's not good enough to be a Dr. Cop firefighter or ambulance worker. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
I was listening to your show and the story of the doctor, firefighter, cop, and it's strange to me that all three of you thought this was the greatest thing ever. It is far from it. This man is making things worse the more he does. The more jobs you take on, the worse you become at each individual job. The same thing goes for tasks. It's called the theory of diminishing returns. The more energy you spread out, the worse each individual action becomes. But I wouldn't expect anyone on your show to be smart enough to figure that out. It's very clear that this man just wants attention for being a do-gooder, and that's the end of it. I don't want a doctor or a firefighter or a cop that's there for the congratulations. I want each of those to be passionate about the job that they're doing. That's why people should go into those fields, not for personal gain. There would be no way a human being would be able to keep all that up, and it's dangerous that he's trying. Next time, don't applaud people who are doing things simply to get applause. Sincerely, Brian.
Okay, I saw your face change and I'm scared.
Right.
Put a pin in it for a second.
Sure. Well, I'm just taking it all in. That's all.
So right off the bat, I do want to be clear. As we told you a second ago, it sounds like this doctor stopped working as a doctor.
Drop the doc.
Yeah, to become a police
Keep
officer.
the cop.
Yes, at least that's the way the story is written. He is now doing police officer work instead of being a doctor. It doesn't appear that he's working an 8-hour shift as a cop and then going in for 16-hour shifts as an ER doc. And in the defense of this man, before we get into the actual discussion here, when it comes to attention, it's hard to tell how much he wants. So the story we got this from initially was in a tiny paper called the Finger Lakes Daily News. And the article itself was small. And I don't believe there were any quotes from him in the story.
So you don't think he was even interviewed, really?
It doesn't seem like it. It doesn't sound like he sat down and told the reporter his story.
I mean, it's an interesting story, no matter what you think.
You're right, but the fact I'm getting at is it doesn't sound like he called the paper. He wanted attention. Because look, if 8, 10, or 13 wanted to do this story, everyone would fawn all over it, and we haven't seen it yet. How do you hate this man?
I mean, you could be jealous that he's doing so much and you're doing nothing, right?
Is it hate or is it questioning a motive? Like, so nobody wants to believe that somebody can
Do
want
all
to do
that.
that much good.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, maybe it's people just have a tough time wrapping their heads around somebody wanting to do this.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it comes out as, I don't know if hate's the right word, but it's
I know a couple of guys.
yeah.
You know, and I've been around a little
Yeah,
while.
yeah.
You know, I've seen a few things. Get me? That there was a guy down the hall that all of a sudden, he wasn't going to do morning radio anymore, but he decided he was going to be a firefighter. And then he's so good at firefighting, he was going to be all the other things above. We would destroy him as being the biggest show-off wannabe. We would call him a wannabe.
You would.
Name the occupations above.
But does it change because if you have a job like this, it's an attention-seeking
But
job?
we would still
so
kill
you
the
would
guy
just assume
for
that anything that they
doing good in the
pursue.
community. His fat ass couldn't even get up into that fire truck.
I would not kill it unless he was a fat guy. Then yeah, you got to say something. But no, I'm not going to kill that guy for doing good. I'm not. Do we kill Kimmy's husband for becoming a firefighter?
No, because he became a firefighter.
That's what I just said.
He didn't become a firefighter, doctor, cop,
Well, but he did have a career change.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
changed.
high
just-
plains drifter.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like he did a single thing, and there are people that you and I have laughed at guys that have like 7 titles.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, but that's different. These are real
I
titles.
got a podcast. I'm a plumber. I also, on my spare time, I paint houses, and then I put up fence. I have a plow service attached to my Corvette.
Okay, but those are all things you're doing for personal gain.
But we kill these guys.
But this is different. This is totally different.
But my point is, we always think they're trying to do too much. They got too much on their plate.
Okay, so I witnessed something as that letter was being read by our good
What would
buddy
you say?
Billy Kid.
Was it like the sunrise over the Rockies there, John Denver?
No, because it was disgusting. I saw your face change. I saw this letter of hate that insulted us and this man doing good transform your opinion. Because now you think, one, that having these 4 jobs, which it doesn't seem he does at the same time, is bad. You are also now considering the idea that this doctor, volunteer EMT, volunteer firefighter, and police officer is doing it for the attention.
It might be a little too much. Because it really is too much.
Where was this 2 weeks ago when we talked about it, you bitch?
I got to say, your letters in your program really opened my eyes to things.
Shut up. How can you turn on this man with an anonymous letter from some dick who called you stupid?
I would like to talk to the opinions of the guys that he has to work with.
Okay.
Because that would be a tell. Like how the other cops feel about him.
Because those guys could be jealous too.
yeah.
No, but they almost also might see like, the guy thinks he could do my job. He could just, I mean, if I'm a cop and I'm a 30-year police officer and I've seen some things.
Sure.
And all of a sudden, Dr. Stethoscope sits in my thing and thinks he could do it.
Is stethoscope like a stethoscope?
It's stethoscope.
Did you
I
call
just
it a
said stethoscope.
There's no F in stethoscope, you moron.
Stethoscope.
Stethoscope is a girl I dated when I went to Gates.
How do you know if that's something that's a cadaver or not if you don't have a stethoscope?
How do you know?
You
this
might
guy-
go like, hey, man, this job's a little bit harder than you think.
Yeah, but how do you know he's not coming in super humble? Like, I want to learn. I mean, you
could.
got to that point. I don't know what it takes to get to the actual,
you gotta
starting
work.
the job, but you
gotta
got
push.
there.
You're going to tell me as a police officer, you wouldn't want to be on a scene with a man that is a doctor with an MD, a volunteer EMT, a firefighter, and a police officer. You think that would be a negative for a coworker with, as you put it, the things they've seen. Oh, man, one time I wore a stethoscope. You talk like a 4-year-old with an owl problem. 252 WCMF, hate mail of the week. We told you about this guy out in Ontario County. He was a doctor at the hospital, a certified MD. He started volunteering in 2020 as an EMT and a firefighter. He became interested in police work. He took a leave of absence from the hospital to put himself through education to become a police officer.
Smart guy.
He was sworn in to the Ontario County Sheriff's Department. He is a doctor, EMT, firefighter, cop. Guy writes us a letter telling us, one, the theory of diminishing returns, which I had never heard of before, says that he's
That made sense. I never heard of it either, but it made sense, whatever that is.
Oh, lazy guy says you shouldn't do too much. Shock face.
Yes.
And he also says this guy's just doing it for attention, even though no one would have known about this story had we not told it on the air. Let's talk to John. John, you're on CMF, buddy. What's going on?
Straighten him out, Johnny.
Good, buddy. How are you?
Good, man.
So then all these people out there that are part of the National Guard and maybe a cop.
Oh, yeah.
And then also volunteer as a firefighter on their off time as well. Those are bad guys too, right?
Well, no, Tommy, let's walk that through. So, like, as he brought up, like, there are guys that have day jobs, they volunteer as firefighters, and they're in the National Guard. So,
it's too much.
Really? Our troops are doing it just for attention?
No.
No, hold on. I'm just trying to
Well,
get
you do have the big green trucks.
What?
Well,
with the stars
look
on
at it this way too. Okay, a cop gets on a call, right? But they're not too sure exactly what's going on. They just get the bare minimum information.
Right.
So they show up, things go awry, whatever. So they have to make a decision. Well, while the EMTs are on the way there, if that cop is able to do some kind of
but aren't they all cops know CPR?
Oh, no, yeah, all fish, no CPR. All carps, no CPR. And they all are assigned a stethoscope. You idiot.
But it's the more, knowledge is power. It doesn't matter. Maybe the guy is fishing for attention, maybe not. But don't know. Why not give the guy a benefit of the doubt?
Amen, John.
Okay, absolutely. Because I got a buddy of mine. Okay,
yeah,
I got a buddy of mine.
Yeah.
Dad's quite a hero in this town.
Oh, is he?
Oh, he was on TV a lot. Hey, hold on. He was a cop.
Uh-huh.
He was a safety officer.
Yeah.
He was also in charge of guarding the baseball stadium,
Shut up.
the hockey team, and the bingo hall.
Uh-huh.
And he also had an outpost in the Finger Lakes.
Okay, and I'll post
where
it
he
in
was
Finger
running
Lakes.
undercover.
I don't.
Looking busted meth lab.
My dad didn't do his actual job, let alone 4 jobs.
Was he looking for attention?
Of course, all the time.
In his pink squad car?
Not everybody can have lack of ambition like you, Tommy.
Amen, John. Thanks for the call, buddy.
And he mentions stuff that's all military. Like, I get, like, military guys do military things.
Difficult jobs, though.
I understand that, but
jobs
like
that
it
would
goes.
require a lot of attention.
But it's the same training. This guy went from cop to firefighter to doctor. He's all over the place.
Firefighter and National Guard are not the same training. A firefighter's not a military person.
Maybe there's firefighters in the military. They got done to put out the plane.
Yeah, there's also
planes on fire.
There's also accountants in the military. Would you go down to Paychecks and hand a guy a rifle? You idiot!
I think
Can he get my money back with the gun?
Yeah, very quickly.
I think to your point, there are people that the more they take on, the less they pay attention to the other things. Like they're just people
You can
that
only look
can't
at one
do-
direction at a time, baby.
that can't do everything. But I do think that there are just some people that are driven and for whatever reason, like they can handle these situations
Come from a
better than
better
other
cloth.
people. So I think that's why we can't wrap our heads around it, because we can't do it. Doesn't mean other people aren't capable.
But Kimmy, if this guy was just about attention, if he was, being an emergency room doctor gets you all of the attention.
Oh, yes.
Most people are very impressed when they meet a doctor.
Yeah.
Trust me, I know from experience watching people interact with my wife.
Yeah.
And as far as attention goes for a guy, what woman isn't instantly all in on a man in a white coat that finished medical school?
Oh, yeah.
Well, what person in an emergency situation, do you care if that person's doing it for attention? I just need you to do the job right now.
Absolutely.
You know?
And by the way, when he gets that call to go wherever he's going as a police officer, it's not like he's going to walk in and go, "Hello, officer, doctor, fire, EMT." He's not going to.
You may address me by that name.
Nobody's going to know.
That's true.
You're so lazy. And that's the impression I got from Brian who wrote this letter. But now for you,
Wait, what did I do?
sit in this room and go, "Well, I don't want to do nothing, so like anybody doing good, they got to suck."
It's too much.
Suck. Oh, you doing good? You helping everybody? You suck. Because I want to do it.
What do they say? If you want to be brilliant at something, you do it the same thing 4,000 times. I try to do 4,000 things once. You just concentrate on one thing. He's all over the place.
Okay.
He's never going to be a great cop if he's wearing 4 hats. He won't be top cop.
I hope to God that this summer
He's top cop.
you and your wife take a ride out to Canandaigua. And you're going a little too fast getting off 90 there.
Yeah.
Right? And woo.
Old Doc Cop pulling me over.
Doc Cop, freeze. Oh, turns out we got a suspicion something might be in your butt.
Am I?
Got to give you a cavity search. Glove goes on.
Well, he is a doctor. So check me for polyps while you're down there. I'm due for a colonoscopy.
Every weekend. All right, everybody go home. We got to move on. I really appreciate the call. Speaking of your most private of parts.
My butt.
No, the other side.
All right.
Men traditionally have never been happy with their penises.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is there. Yeah.
What I mean is there could always be more of it.
Oh, the length.
Yes, for most men. So that's why some guys were over the moon to find out there was an ancient thing you could start doing to your penis.
Ancient?
To make it bigger. That's the way it was being sold. And I know there are men listening who not only have seen these videos on social media, they may have tried it. And doctors across the world are begging men to stop doing what these, quote, health influencers are telling guys will make you bigger. And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are some things all men want.
Oh, yeah.
A better paying job, a little peace and quiet, and a bigger penis.
Yes.
Well, it turns out that last one might now be possible.
MOLED.
Yeah. That is, if you want to believe some folks you've never met before telling you something on social media.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. You hear our wonderful voices every day. But you can see our beautiful faces now, too.
Oh, look at that.
That's right. You can get on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, or YouTube and Twitch to watch the live stream. Tommy's outfit's pretty boring today, so you're not getting anything out of that.
Watch us talk, though.
The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. If you're checking us out on YouTube, a subscription, we would really appreciate it. As we tell you every day,
What's that?
In corporate meetings, we sit with these folks that wear ties, and they look us in the face. Yeah. And they go, well, when people subscribe to your YouTube channel, it lets folks that don't work in your city know you got a quality program.
Does it?
You could listen.
Yeah.
You could listen to the program or just judge it on subscription.
Yeah.
So if you'd like, subscribe. You can watch the show live every single day. You can go back and watch it again. It's all up as soon as the show's over, right? So anything you missed. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing don't do what we're about to tell you, according to Three Heads.
Oh.
There's an alarming issue that's popped up on TikTok and Instagram involving guys.
Yeah.
Mostly guys in their late teens to 20s. It's a way to make your penis, according to these folks, look better.
Like longer?
Kind of.
Girthier?
The process is called jelqing.
Jelqing?
Jelqing.
So what am I rubbing on my bone?
You're not rubbing anything but your hands, which we've all done before.
Oh, I've already got that complete.
Okay, so this started, Tommy, as one of these health influencer things.
All right.
And it's being sold to men as an ancient technique on how to make your penis better looking.
So what do I do?
You repeatedly stretch your semi-erect member every day over time.
Like you just pull
So you're
on
doing
it.
your stretches.
You're stretching it out, like
But you're
pulling
pulling it.
sideways, doing that
All
whole
right.
thing. And
So making it more limber?
well, the theory says that each tug gradually rips the penile tissue, which then
That doesn't sound good.
which then fills out the dong, making
Scar
it
tissue,
Yes.
essentially.
Well, that's how you develop muscle, right?
making it girthier, and in the long run, making your penis bigger. That's the theory.
All right.
And there are thousands of videos on these social media sites of men giving you step-by-step instructions.
Why do you need instructions? Like,
Well, I guess
I
there's
can
just-
figure it out
I guess
from your description. I got it.
I
I don't
guess-
need a video tutorial.
There's a specific way you're supposed to do it.
Oh, like this?
So you
or
don't
like
hurt
that?
your-
Please,
Yourself?
okay, we
Do I
just,
Yeah, I know.
spin it
See,
like I'm
the
trying to
hand
start a
motions.
Model T?
do you throw it over your shoulder like a continental soldier? We just plugged the YouTube channel. Please don't do
I
that with
know.
your hands.
Poor timing.
And we've been banned from YouTube. And Three Heads canceled. There's just one really big problem.
What's that?
It turns out,
What?
They're not doctors.
yep,
And you could damage your dong.
mess up your penis real bad. So it turns out the serious negative side effects to this. One,
Well, you'd bruise your penis, wouldn't you?
it's worse than that. It puts you at major risk for Peyronie's disease.
So that means you have a bent dong.
You got it. And you have to be familiar with it because they run that commercial 10 times during every football game.
You've seen the vegetables.
It's something you probably don't want to deal with if you don't have to. The second issue, doctors say it takes a while to notice that you're doing serious damage to your member. The docs say that guys are doing this for months because they don't notice any negative side effects, but it takes that long for the negative side effects to
So
kick
you start
in.
your penis begins to bend like Enzo Peroni.
It takes a while for the scar tissue to mess up your penis. Then all of a sudden, these guys are dealing with serious problems.
So then you got to go to the dong doc.
But the funniest
Turns
reason...
out he's also a firefighter and an EMT.
But the funniest reason to not try this,
What?
it can actually make your penis smaller.
Wait, it would repel?
Yes, men who have tried this reported being shorter afterwards while fully excited.
Ooh.
It had the opposite effect. And now, doctors, medical professionals are doing all they can to put up videos on these same sites begging men to stop doing this to their penises.
What if I don't do it, but I take the Doug Flutie pill?
I wouldn't do that either. It's not FDA
Really?
approved.
Because she gonna like it too.
The amount of doctors and specialists that I don't know if they started their social media pages for this reason, but
Really?
they've gotten very popular because it's a side-by-side usually of them and the original video and them saying, yeah, don't do that. That
Oh.
actually that actually doesn't make any sense. This is what you're actually doing. Like they have to disprove all the influencers on these sites.
Look, I get that it's easy to like fall for things that you want to hear.
Yeah,
I understand,
and
it,
it's
right?
a free fix.
100%.
I don't have to go to a doctor. I can just tug to a new me.
100%. But it is a little alarming that doctors had to come out and say, don't bend your penis because a guy on TikTok told you to.
But don't forget, you're talking to guys that are 17 years old.
Well, 17 to late 20s.
Right, but those are dumb boys.
Okay, but Tommy, it has to be painful.
Yeah.
If it's painful, it's not good. And it's your most important part of your body.
It's
right?
your
Precious.
manhood.
Okay, precious.
No, it's your manhood.
Precious
You're right.
is the better way to put it.
But think of you as a 17-year-old. And somebody tells you, your coworker, somebody tells you about it.
Yeah.
And he's lying his ass off.
I still think I'd be too scared to try it.
Well, no, but you just tug it.
Well, no,
I mean, there's no pill, there's no shot.
Oh, there's like a specific way to do it.
All right, so whatever you
that
do.
wouldn't be natural.
Yeah.
Necessarily.
Like, Kimmy, all right, look, I'm going to ask you an adult question, and I don't mean it insulting, all right?
Yeah.
Were you insecure about your chest when you were in high school?
No. I honestly didn't think about it.
Okay, never mind, then you're not the
Nobody
person
did.
Well, I'm saying, like, if somebody came to you and said, if you were to bruise your breasts every single day,
okay,
you would be
like it's some
if you,
weird
if you,
thing
if
to
you
like,
massaged them,
yeah,
if you
like
pulled on them.
manipulated them in
Right,
some
and
way.
you squeezed
just like,
them.
Yeah,
the hand motions today, guys.
Like if you went like that.
yeah, like that.
And you make
Well,
the honky
you're-
honk sound.
You're actually supposed to do that. Check for lumps.
Okay, but I mean, like,
No, but you're just doing it to get
PSA.
big jugs.
You were hurting your
You're
breasts in
looking for
some
some
way.
Whoppers.
You're hurting your breasts in some way,
All right,
and you're
all right,
going to
I got
grow
that.
You
a
want some
cup
big
size.
ones.
Would you have fallen prey to that as a teenage girl?
I don't think so.
You're the only kid I know that
Maybe
was secure.
I don't know, but I'm also one of those people who like if somebody gives advice like that, like any kind of health advice, I'm gonna let people do that for a while first before I catch on because I want to see how it turns out for them first. You know, like I like to watch the experiment happen, and then I'll make the assessment after that.
Like anytime I see like all that health and beauty stuff I see on TV that just looks like snake oil to me, like you got to be kidding me, man. You know, for hair, the bags under your eyes, your face.
But they keep running them because people
so I
keep
mean,
buying
people
it.
will try anything. So for you to tell me all I got to do is squeeze this and it's going to work, I'm squeezing my off.
So I do remember there was this girl who, I don't know where she heard this, but she was told that if you push up on your nose and flare your nostrils, it helps shorten your nose over time.
Oh.
So you would see her every once in a while, like pushing up on her nose and flaring her nostrils, and then like other girls catching on doing the same thing.
End up looking like a pug.
Yeah,
No
like, that's
idea.
Not a good look at all.
No idea where she heard that or if it actually, if it does anything, good or bad. But like that's the kind of thing where she was just like, yeah, why wouldn't you try it?
Yeah, it's for free.
252 WCMF health influencers on TikTok and Instagram have been encouraging this thing called jelqing. It's a way they say to make your penis thicker and bigger. They sell it as an ancient technique. You stretch and tug your semi-erect member until it rips the penile tissue. They say when it rips, it builds back up, fills out your penis, making it girthier.
You're getting swole.
And there's thousands of these videos that are instructing you how to do this. Turns out, believe it or not, that doesn't work. Not only it has the opposite effect, it can cause Peyronie's disease. You can do permanent damage to your penis. And men have reported that after doing this, it's actually made them shorter. 252 WCMF. John, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good morning. Hey, I saw a picture years ago from either a Middle Eastern country or from Africa where there's this gentleman on a main street, and he had a rope tied to a brick tied to his member, and I think that was his method of trying to stretch out his manhood there.
I saw that too. I thought that was just a feat of, like, he was showing off his strength, which doesn't make it better.
No.
Yeah, but that's not something that I don't think current society will accept.
Okay, so John, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Because like, I'm familiar, Tommy. Have you seen this video? It's an Indian man. He's like elderly.
Yeah.
And he has like weights tied to the end of his penis, and he's carrying it around the street. How did you know you were good at that the first time?
How'd you test out that theory?
Yeah, like,
maybe
what?
start with like lighter weights and you build up.
I have a mighty penis.
Like, did it happen? Did you like decide like I'm going to try this once? Did like your penis get pulled really hard, and you're like, wait a minute? I was able to tolerate
Okay.
that. Because, John, you've also seen those videos of like those ancient Chinese like martial arts experts where guys can kick them in the genitals over and over again and it doesn't bother them. Have you seen those videos?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
I have.
Again, how did you learn the first time that was something you could do?
Exactly. Probably idle time or boredom or
No, but
yeah,
like
it could be something like that.
you don't have to risk it the first
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, right? Like, this
Taking a
could go
big chance
terribly
there.
wrong.
Yeah.
John, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You bring up like these ancient methods and like things that people will refer to in a lot of these videos. Like this is, let's get back to the basics. Well, there's a reason people stop doing those things, right?
Great point, Kimmy. It's a
Right?
great
Like
point.
I'm thinking like those things went away over time, probably for a reason. So why are we going back?
Yeah, because medicine
back to
showed
that?
up.
Yeah.
By the way, we're assuming this was actually a thing back in the day. There's no
Right.
proof
Yeah.
that it was.
True.
Tell me, how many guys do you think want a bigger penis?
Every guy.
Okay, stupid question. How many men do you think would be willing to take these steps to get a bigger one? Age not mattering.
If it worked,
Yeah.
every guy.
Well, no, and not knowing. Because, like,
Oh,
I
so-
guess it would be a mystery. Because there are other things you can do. There are surgical procedures, which seem to be the only things that actually
go under the knife.
Yeah, work. Because you brought up the pills,
Right.
snake oil, right?
The lotions, all that stuff.
But the fact that this many young men have been willing to try. So a study recently, Tommy, in Men's Health showed that 55% of men say they are satisfied with the size of their member. That's higher than I would have thought.
Yeah, and I don't believe him.
Are you satisfied?
No man is.
Okay. I'm sorry, little guy. Tiny Tammy over there and his itty bitty penis. We don't have an age breakdown of that
Yeah.
study in Men's Health. But do you think men get more comfortable with their penis as they get older?
I think so because I mean, after a while, it's being pulled from rotation. You know what I mean? It's slowly.
No,
You don't have the same desires you did as a young man.
Okay, I don't even mean at like 50, 60,
Yeah.
70. I mean at like 30, 40.
Oh, you should still be on the hunt at that age.
No, I know. You'd be on the hunt. I'm saying, like, do you get to an age where even if you're on the hunt, even if you're actively having sex, either in a committed relationship or not, where you become comfortable with whatever your penis is?
I guess so, because you start to become comfortable with your
With
accept
your body in general.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So yes, with age comes a little bit of dong wisdom.
I'm guessing other things on your body at that point bother you more than what people don't see.
Oh,
You
that's
know
a
what I
good
mean?
call.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I mean, you got wrinkles and,
Yeah.
you know.
Bald,
Yeah.
ugly, and
The ball
skin
thing
that's
is
all nasty.
the ball thing is really bothering me. Can I be vulnerable for a second?
Well, you've got a hat on all day. So, yes.
Ball, la, 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 la.
What'd you say?
My balls. I thought you said balls.
I
Did
thought
you
you
say
said
bald?
about being bald.
No.
I was very confused by that.
I was gonna say,
I
yeah,
thought you
what-
said bald.
I mean, you're wearing your hat the wrong way.
So what's wrong with your balls?
Well, look, I'm getting older, and
Oh, I don't care about my balls at all.
they're starting to sag.
It's
Well,
more
yeah.
a comfort thing for you.
You got old man balls.
It's not something that the comfort's fine. It's
Okay.
cool. It's like
They're
when
dangling.
yeah, well, like when I look, I didn't know that they were gonna do that so quickly, so early.
Yeah.
And it like I look in the mirror and I'm just like, oh man. And I know
Wait till the dog steps on one. He's going to hurt.
I know there are procedures you can do surgically. I'm not going under the knife. For my
No, there's no
testicles.
way I'm doing that.
Well, does
Horrifying.
it bother you the way it looks?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
It's
not the
also
way it feels?
uncomfortable.
Okay.
Too, because as it
Yeah.
dangles, as you sit and stuff, it just
right.
gets, you get stuff hanging.
So I haven't gotten to
Gotta
that point
adjust.
yet. I'm
Yeah.
just at the visual part. Because like I know, like you said, Kimmy, like genitals on men are not attractive in
Right,
general.
right.
Right? Like this just makes it even worse.
Yeah, it does. It does.
And it makes your penis look less impressive.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like
I
it
mean-
makes it. You know what it looks like? It looks like your penis is Bruce Willis holding on to that terrorist when he's about to fall off the top of the plaza.
So that being said, though, if you saw something that said there's like some
Tighten
weird
it.
exercise you could
Well,
do.
tighten your sack.
Yeah. Would you try it? Does it bother you enough to seek that kind of, I don't know, call it treatment? Or,
I don't. Not if it involved injuring myself.
Okay.
On
Let's
purpose.
say you could tighten your sack every day for 20 minutes.
Okay.
You've got to place your scrotum
Okay.
in a glass of chilled water. Not freezing cold.
Okay.
Chilled water.
But chilled like at 38. It's not frozen, like 35 to 40 degree water.
that's
pretty
That's
cold.
still
A
fridge,
cup.
man.
Yeah.
That's still a refrigerator.
It'll warm up as you do it, but every day you do it for 30 minutes.
And it's proven.
and it's going to tighten your sack possibly. It doesn't work on everybody. Mostly Eskimos.
Yeah, I might try that.
You
Really?
know how cold
you know
that
how
would
ridiculous you'd look setting aside 20 minutes a day.
be? Soaking your balls in a cup.
Yeah, but I mean, look, if
Couple
it,
balls.
like it's not gonna hurt me. It's,
Worst soup idea ever.
yeah, but your mom bought it all out of the grocery store.
Man, I'm serving them up today.
Yeah, just like your mom.
You just pound your chest.
I don't know. I got so excited. I don't remember what I kind of blacked out back there. All right, let's take a break. When we heard these stories, Tommy, we assumed that these were always like people from overseas that were doing this to take advantage of us.
Oh.
Yet there is a man from our area, a young guy who may have fell for joking, who is in some serious trouble.
Pulling a move?
For doing some dark web kind of stuff.
Ooh, the dark web.
And we'll get into it next in the break room. 96.5 WCMF. This is one of those stories that might make you feel stupid. Because I think we all had an image in our head of the type of people busted for this crime. And it definitely wasn't a kid in his 20s in our backyard. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. A 23-year-old man from Rochester has been arrested after police say he was buying stolen identities online.
Oh.
So according to the story on News 8 yesterday, this kid bought 12 packages on a place called Genesis Marketplace. That is over my head. Kimmy, are you aware of this?
Nope.
Let's just assume it's the dark web.
Yeah.
And they're selling identity.
Yes. So the Genesis Market collects stolen email addresses, usernames, passwords, device identifiers. They use malware to get it off all of our phones and computers. So we're talking things like passwords and sign-ins for Citibank, AT&T, Venmo, Twitter, Netflix, LinkedIn, Spotify. You get what I'm saying. So all this stuff that you pay for, these people can have access to.
They can rip me off.
You got it. Now, the FBI has been investigating this marketplace since 2018.
Good.
But the fact that this kid was just arrested.
Yeah, I was going to say, still out there.
Good.
Does this story make you feel stupid and naive?
Yeah, I guess.
Why?
Well, I always figure my identity's stolen.
I know that.
It's
I
gone.
got.
Yeah.
Somebody's got it's sitting somewhere. Somebody's just waiting to tap it.
You believe it's just a matter of time?
Or if they just don't get to you because there's just so many people out there.
Okay, that's fair enough. I feel dumb reading this story.
Why?
I thought this crime was something only faceless, shady citizens of certain countries did.
Oh, yeah, like a
what I was
Russian
more
network.
surprised by.
Usually it's Russia.
Yeah, Russia,
it's
Chinese, Bulgaria.
North Korea.
Yeah. Like there's a North Korean guy that has my Spotify password right now.
Not some 23-year-old kid.
Who could live down the street from
But that's the
Yeah.
kid that would also understand it better than an old guy
You're
that can
thinking
pull
of,
the move.
Like a movie, though. Like he's some, computer wizard, brilliant kid. But I don't know how hard it was for this kid to actually come across this information.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That makes me feel
Yeah.
even more dumb. Because, again, you want to believe, like, these Chinese or Russian or North Korean hackers are, like, typing away at computers, right?
There's like a headquarters. And
We
they're all
got it.
working.
We got it. Yeah, exactly, right? They're all
What
around.
accent is that
That was
for?
Russia. We got it. I must break you. But, like, this kid, Kimmy, you're right. It sounds like he, went on a website,
Right?
paid for something like you
I
bought a
wonder
shirt.
how much it even cost.
So it doesn't say, but it
Yeah.
does say he bought a total of 1,100 credentials.
God damn,
Okay.
man.
That had computers infected with malware. Now, I'm also curious.
Yeah.
When you spend this money, right? It's probably like a mystery bag.
Okay.
You don't know what you're getting.
Yeah, it's a grab bag.
Just a random cross section.
Yeah.
Depending on what he spent, and you're right, I'm dying to know. Is it worth what you're spending?
What you could get out of it.
Yeah, because
Well, what if you just get one hit that makes it worth your while?
But we
that
don't know
pays
what.
for everything.
But does something like this cost $50, or does something like this cost
This is an
$50,000?
investment.
Oh, true.
Because here's what I'm thinking out loud, right? Like if the person who initially got a hold of these things, if they were valuable, why would they not take that money?
True. Well, that's a great point.
So maybe this kid's a sucker.
Hey, so when I go on this site to steal these identities, do I have to give them all my information?
Please log in to get other people's stolen identity. Like, man, I'm not personally technologically inept, but I have no idea how the dark web works. No idea. And I don't want to know because it's a very scary place according to commercials.
Well, that's why
I've
they
seen.
keep it dark
That's right.
over there.
But like this, Kimmy, we should know how this works. We're of an age where we should know how this
Yeah,
works.
you should. Y'all should be up
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah,
I'm a
I
little
guess you're
disappointed
right.
in both of you.
Well,
Or
shut
like
up.
or like
Get
knew
up there.
somebody that was into it, right? Like knew somebody who had experience. I don't even know anybody. I don't even have a friend that could tell me about it.
Let me ask you a question.
Lame.
Oh, you do?
I would back in the day.
No,
You know that old
wouldn't,
show.
hacker.
That
Bro,
old show was a pirate ship.
no one on that show was smart enough to pull off
Well, that
something
was
like
the
this.
problem.
Like one guy couldn't even pull off a hit and run in your yard. Kimmy, let me ask you a question. Yeah. With this 23-year-old kid here in Rochester being arrested after buying stolen identities, according to the FBI. Let's say you did have a friend that was doing this.
Yeah, yeah.
And they would tell you about it.
Yeah.
They're taking people's passwords, all this stuff, and they're
They knew how to
ripping them.
hack into everything.
Would you tell somebody?
Like report them?
Yeah.
Oh, probably. Because my fear is they're gonna hack me.
Well, no, you're a friend. They're not going to hack you.
How do I know?
I mean, why would they? You're a friend.
It'd probably be pretty easy if they wanted to.
Yeah, but wouldn't you figure that out pretty quick? You got one friend that does this, and all of a sudden, all your information's stolen.
I don't know. Who would you tell?
The
would
FBI.
Would you just call the cops and let them work it up the channel, or You'd call the FBI.
I'm sure there's an FBI tip line for this.
I guess.
Would you tell? Really?
Nah, probably not.
Your wife's been a victim of identity theft.
Yeah.
Right.
Actually, I was 2 years ago.
Yeah, but nobody cared about yours.
Yeah, they actually were doing better than I was. I would be afraid they start looking into me.
Yeah, like that. I don't know what information they have access to.
No, if I call the FBI.
The
if I call the
FBI 's gonna look
FBI.
into you.
Oh,
And
the
they start
FBI.
looking into my stuff.
Oh,
But you didn't do anything wrong.
yeah. What would you be afraid of?
Bro, you can't even send text messages that aren't emojis, and the FBI is going to think you're some like cyber criminal.
What if they find something
Your
out that I
biggest
forgot
secret
about?
is like a bunch of razor blades in your basement.
How about that porn shop hatchback blowout?
They've been looking for you for all this time.
Yes.
Hoover finally got his man. Like, I do want to sit down and talk to this kid just out of pure curiosity.
Yeah, how he did it.
Like, how does this work? Because, again, I want to know, is this some
Secret network.
Yeah, or is this something that if I wanted to, you could give me a piece of paper, 3 steps, and I've got this stuff.
I'd also be afraid if I was that kid. It's a sting operation looking to grab people.
Ooh.
Like it's a setup. And then all of a sudden the FBI's at my door going, hey, you're on this site.
It seemed a little too easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so he was charged with possessing 15 or more unauthorized access devices. He has a court date today, actually.
I wonder if he hit. Like if he got some coin out of it.
Maybe that's what flagged it.
Well, I mean, look, it says that he did this, according to authorities, between 2019 and 2021. So it's been 2 years. If
So
the
he could have
allegations
made
are
some
true.
bank if he was having any success.
It's possible. Oh, boy. Okay, like, I love to be like, don't do this, but you have no chance of ever figuring out how to do this. Like, the day you send an email is the day I'll start worrying. The day you send an email that doesn't include your name and password from your work account to everybody in our office.
Oh my God, I did it one time. Legit.
I also wonder if you knew this kid. Because everybody has an image of
yeah.
somebody
Oh, yeah.
that they think would be capable of something like this, and if this kid just completely blows up your theory or not.
So you think he's like,
I don't know.
dorky looking?
He said, no, he's a
Yeah,
scrawny
yeah.
scuzzball.
Like, doesn't have an actual job. This
Greasy
is what he
hair.
does.
He's got
all
a T-shirt
day.
with a cartoon that the guy's got a sword and
Yeah.
it looks like a real person.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And by the way, if he's 23 right now, and please say he started doing this in 2019, that's 5 years ago. He would have been 17, 18 years old.
Yeah. He could have been cleaning up.
Nah. How much can you make?
If you hit the right whale,
I
you
got
fat.
1,100 free Spotify accounts.
Well, yeah, that would be a little ridiculous. Because I'm just going for the banks, right?
Well, I mean, no, I don't know. I mean,
There's other ways.
You want to hit the banks, get the money.
Well, you could also, if you have Amazon, you could have stuff shipped to other places. I mean,
Yeah.
you could buy from all of these people's like stores. You can pay
Just
for gift
using
cards.
some of those services, you'd be
Okay.
getting them for free.
Good call.
I don't know.
All right, so I hope there's more to this story because I am very curious about everything about this kid.
Yeah, it is interesting.
All right, let's take a break. This is a quite interesting story. Quite interesting.
I like a quite interesting story, Pat.
It's 8 years in the making.
Wow.
It involves an arrest, a man who called a police officer an a-hole, and whether or not that is legal. And it happened right here in our region.
Oh.
We now have a decision. And what it comes down to is whether or not you are allowed to, who you are willing to criticize to their face.
Okay.
And we'll get into it. Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's official.
What's that?
One man's actions in our area has led to the legal decision that you are allowed to curse at police officers.
You can curse at a cop.
Look, there's a reason we're telling you that. You'll see a whole bunch of different people do things that you think are wrong, dumb, dangerous, and you have a country-given right to say a whole hell of a lot of stuff to them.
Yeah, but you better watch your mouth.
Well, that's just it.
Yeah.
Of those people, Tommy, which ones do you feel comfortable criticizing to their face?
I thought you couldn't.
Criticize anybody?
No, but like certain types of officials.
Well, that's why you're dumb.
Oh.
See what I just did? Criticized you. Completely fine. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Just after 9:30 this morning, 3/4 of people are very anti this, say it's unacceptable.
Okay.
Despite the fact that over 1/2 of Americans have admitted to doing this. And we'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. The state of New York just saw a really interesting court case come to conclusion.
What happened?
So the story in the DNC says back in 2016, a Buffalo police officer was driving down the street in the dark with no headlights on.
Oh.
Witnesses say because of this, he nearly hit 2 women that were walking.
Oh, Jesus.
Now, a man who saw the whole thing happen shouted, "Turn your lights on, a-hole," at the cop.
Okay.
But he didn't say a-hole.
All right.
You get what I'm saying? Court documents state that the police officer turned his car around and detained the man that shouted at him.
Because he called him an a-hole.
Well, no. He issued him a citation for violating the city's noise ordinance.
Oh, it was too loud of an
Okay.
a-hole.
Yes, a-hole's fine.
You allowed
You
a-hole.
got
It was the volume.
Dial back the A little bit.
So just to give you the details, not that it matters here, but the man who shouted claims he didn't know it was a police officer at the time. He was just upset because he thought it was somebody
dark
doing
and lights
stuff.
were off. All right.
There you go. It turns out that the police officer detaining this man, he may have detained the worst possible person.
Right.
Well, that man who he arrested is a civil rights attorney.
Oh, all right. So he's a lawyer.
You got it. Now, he sued the Buffalo Police Department, not looking for money, but in an effort to prove that his First Amendment rights had been violated. And
Free speech.
You got it.
Right.
And after 8 years of all kinds of
Wow.
cases,
It's a long process.
Yeah, that's a long a-hole.
this week, an appeals court sided with the man who was detained.
Okay.
The judge in the case said that because the officer had been negligent in the first place, this lawyer was allowed to criticize him over matters of, quote, public concern. And, by the way, he was found not guilty of violating the noise ordinance anyway years ago. So it seems, based on the opinion of this appellate court, the guy who called the cop an a-hole was in the right the entire time. He was allowed to criticize that police officer, whether he knew it was a police officer or not.
Okay.
Now, there are lots of people we're allowed to criticize, Tommy. Almost everyone.
Sure.
But just because you have that option doesn't mean you'll use it.
Okay.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And I want you to think for a second before you answer. Everybody listening.
Right.
Who are you afraid to criticize face to face?
Like profession-wise?
I mean, okay, we'll go down the list in a second.
Okay.
But let's use this example here.
Right.
Let's say you saw exactly what this guy witnessed. Police officer almost hits 2 women, according to the witnesses. It's dangerous. You're out there. That guy gets out and goes, "Oh, how about those people? Jeez." Would you criticize that cop to his face?
No.
Why not?
I don't want a nightstick to my lip.
Okay,
What if he cracks my lip with a nightstick?
they're not.
I guess the question is, what
Who's
good
gonna
is
know?
it going to do anyways?
Okay.
Right.
The incident is over. I guess my thought would just be, I'm not extending this. I want it to be over. I'm done.
So both of you are afraid to criticize that police officer.
Right. So let's say you get pulled over and you disagree with the officer, but you're calling him, you're using profane language and directed at him.
Yeah.
Is that legal?
I don't know. I would assume it's covered under your First Amendment, right? But I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. So
As long as you're not threatening.
Okay. So years ago, and this is kind of in the same vein.
Okay.
I'm out with this girl at a Howard Johnson's diner
Living the dream.
in South Florida.
Okay.
She's got a huge slut mouth, and she's not even being loud. Every other word is just profane.
Okay.
It's just how she be. All right. There's a state, I think it was a Florida like sheriff or something. He was like 2 booths over.
Okay.
He got up and walked over and told her to watch her mouth.
Oh.
That he
And?
could hear her and she was being profane and to basically shut up.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's actually legal, if you can legally tell somebody you're being too dirty, but I wasn't going to argue with Pistol Dude.
Okay, so you're...
Over, like, because I wasn't interested in this chick anyway.
Okay, great. So I guess the initial question then, as we go down this list, you are...
Because that's her right to talk how she wants.
Well, I mean, it is a private business also. The person could come out and say, hey, we don't want you.
But the owner
anymore.
didn't.
You're right. It was a police officer.
Right.
So then both of you are afraid to criticize a police officer to their face.
Yeah, because you want to show respect to the badge.
Okay, but...
Especially when it could be my ass next.
But they did something wrong.
Well, that's on them. I'm not the police inspector.
All right, let's go down the list here.
All right.
Let's go down the list. Start from the top down.
Right.
It seems, Tommy, elected officials
are... You can light them bums up.
Yeah, nobody's scared to tell them they're wrong.
No.
Since the beginning of elections, there are always people, no matter who is in power, who will openly call them idiots. Law enforcement is where it gets interesting.
Okay.
Because there are plenty of folks who have no issue speaking up when they see something they think is appropriate.
Okay.
And there are a large collection of people who, A, would look for a reason as to why whatever happened was okay in siding with the police department, or B, even if they disagreed, like you, would be scared of the potential consequences if they spoke up.
Right.
That seems where things start to get split. As we get into real everyday life, things that could actually happen.
Okay.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Would you feel comfortable criticizing our boss to their face?
No.
Never.
No, I'm a coward. I do it behind their back.
But you're allowed to.
I complain. I do all that stuff when the boss is outside of the room.
Okay. But there's nothing in the law that says you can't do that.
It would have to be something where I felt like I had to defend myself, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe that's when I would speak up a little bit. But if it's just something that I don't like what they're doing, I'm probably not saying anything.
Tommy, would you feel comfortable criticizing our boss to their face?
Yeah, I think it depends on what it is.
Okay.
Right? I have also made fun of our bosses to their face, and they don't appreciate that either.
Believe it or not.
They're a little sensitive. But I guess, like, if you saw something that you really thought was wrong, you would say something.
So
especially because I'm older.
Okay, so you don't care. You're at the point where you don't care.
All right.
Bro, I got one foot out the door, man.
Yeah, you've had one foot out the door for every day of your career.
Right, 30-year foot.
Well, that could make a difference, though, if you have more time on the job than your boss, and maybe you feel a little bit more entitled to criticizing them.
Now, by the way, just because there's no law that says you can't criticize your boss doesn't mean your boss can't fire you or make your life harder on the job. But, Tommy, there are people who have a relationship with the people that work over them where they can look them in the face, go, you're an effing idiot. You did this wrong here. Why?
Okay.
And there may be a way to do that without being a dick. But it would be strange to see, like, somebody here just call out one of our bosses profanely out of nowhere one morning.
Yeah.
Right? So you would say the majority of people will not criticize their boss to their face.
I mean, it's counterproductive to your bottom line.
Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. As we talk about this 8-year court case that finally came to an end this week. Long story short, a man in Buffalo called a police officer an a-hole after he saw the officer driving down the street with no headlights and almost hitting 2 women. The police officer stopped, got out of the car, detained the man, arrested him for violating a noise ordinance. And after 8 years, that man, who just so happened to be a civil rights attorney, was given the ruling this week that because the police officer was doing something, according to the court, that was dangerous, he had a First Amendment right to criticize that person, police officer or not. What about criticizing your coworkers to their face? To their face.
Oh.
Face.
I mean, that I've seen happen.
But are you comfortable doing it?
No.
No?
No, I'm a behind-the-back guy. Always have been.
So if you witnessed a coworker doing something wrong,
I mean, well, we all have.
You're not going to go up to them and be like, hey, idiot, what are you doing?
No.
You
I mean, it had to be
a-hole.
pretty bad.
Kimmy, are you scared of criticizing a coworker to their face?
Well, now that I'm thinking about it, there was... there was a kid that I used to work
I thought you were
with.
talking about that incident that Tommy and I both witnessed where you were standing behind that
but
board.
again, I think I have to be pushed to that point.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, it's not how. No.
Yeah, I have confronted a coworker, but it's because it's affected me to the point where I'm like, I can't stand
It's
this
personal.
anymore. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, it would have to get very personal, I think.
yeah.
Because I don't want to get involved.
And if they start to raise their voice, I think that's what triggers that reaction too.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So you'd have to be angry.
Yeah, I think it comes out of a place of anger, not so much like I'm going to sit this person down and tell them what they're doing wrong.
You know, it's interesting you bring that up because in every example here, including the initial court case that we talked about, it's anger that invoked that response. That guy was angry that car almost hit those two women,
Yeah.
right? That's what caused the response. So you're right, Kimmy. You would have to put yourself in an angry position with everyone that we've
It's out
named
of
so far.
frustration. Yeah.
Are people more likely to criticize their coworkers to their face than their boss?
Probably. If you're going to criticize you, I mean.
Can't you make the argument, though, like you need your relationship with your coworkers more?
Yeah, but the boss can pull the trigger on your ass.
Yeah, but I got to work with these people on a daily basis.
I got that, but he or she, good ladies coming up the line too. they hold your future.
Okay.
You know, yes, you probably have a more intimate relationship with a coworker than your boss. And you don't know the boss as well as you know. Like you don't know how that boss is going to react.
Okay.
You only deal with that dude once or her once in a while.
Yeah, but how does your everyday life change when that criticism directed at the person you just work with on a daily basis gets taken hard?
Ooh.
Because look, man.
Like you crushed the boss.
Look, we got a couple. No, I'm talking about your coworker. Because look, I could go curse in my boss's face, our boss's face right now. I could go upstairs and do it, and it probably wouldn't go well. But I don't deal with her on a daily basis.
Right. That's yeah.
If we got off mic and you said something on the air or a break was terrible and I blamed you and I go, hey, you effing idiot, what the hell's wrong with you? I got kids to feed. We're trying to do this thing here. That would make my life 1,000 times harder.
Yes, it would make things way more awkward.
I would be more afraid of criticizing you, a guy I work with on a daily basis, than I would be of criticizing a person that works over me.
Criticize me constantly.
Shut up, stupid. Criticize me constantly. I got to get a stethoscope for a cadaver. To learn to use your mouth.
I mean, but like I'm thinking like other people I would never criticize. Like you'd never criticize your wife.
Okay, so let's talk about personal stuff.
Because that's dynamite. Put
a pin in that. 252 WCMF. Folks have been waiting patiently. Let's talk to Rammer. He's on CMF. Hey, Rammer, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning. So how about a judge? Would you tell a judge exactly how you feel?
I wouldn't.
Why? Why would you do that?
Wait, hold on. You said you did that.
I did, yeah. Back in during my divorce proceedings, the judge had advised my attorney that she was offended by a statement I had made in my response.
Well, here's the thing, though. Having listened to you on multiple occasions, I get it. It makes
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. It's not her business. Her job is to judge based on the merit. I told my attorney to tell the judge I did not GAF her opinion about my response. And it was just one of those things where it's like the next time I went into court, she was not very pleasant, but it didn't matter. You have the right to say what you think, and regardless of anyone's position, if you feel like you're being, unfairly criticized or something is, not being done right, like this guy would calling the cop out for what he did, it's protected speech.
So, but it worked. Like you got in that judge's face through your lawyer, and it worked.
Well, pretty much, yeah. Because
so you got all your money, and you got the house and everything, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean that was kind of a foregone conclusion.
You know what to get out of it? The $4,000 door.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right, but Rammer, no. To Tommy's point, I think he's trying to make. Just because you have a right to do something,
be in your best interest.
It's counterproductive to what you're trying to accomplish.
Potentially.
Okay, but not necessarily, because it's like a bully. If you never call a bully out, he's always a bully. If you start calling people out for their behavior that is inappropriate in different situations and violating your rights, eventually either, you throw down, which is not the best option, or that person gets put in their place and figures out that they can't do what they're doing.
So you put that judge in her place.
Judge Bully.
You shut her down.
My attorney put the judge in her place by letting her know that I just didn't really care what her opinion was.
I think you need a new attorney, bro.
Well, I don't know.
Because attorneys should go, hey, Rammer, I don't think we should say that, bro.
My attorney is the equivalent of a pit bull that's got a whole lot of experience fighting.
I hire the best, baby.
Rammer, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it. Have a good rest of the day.
Kiss my ass, Judge Seabag.
I would not.
I'm out of here with all my dough.
There's no way I'm criticizing a judge in a case that they're ruling.
I can't believe you hired a lawyer to go, yeah, okay, I'll say that. Like, that's why you hire a lawyer, so you don't say that.
I don't know. I've been watching a lot of stuff on TV with high-end people and lawyers, and it turns out lawyers will say whatever they want.
Okay.
They'll just say it.
All right.
Because there's been a couple of times, but wait, they said that? Of course. All right, so as we get personal, you brought up the wife thing. As we talk about who you're afraid to criticize. Are you afraid to criticize your spouse?
Yes.
There is no law in the land that prevents you, Tommy, from telling your wife that she screwed up. You're still not going to exercise that right.
No.
Why not?
It does me no good. It gets me nowhere. It sets me back. Why would I do that?
Are you more
You
like...
don't want to do it, but you're saying you've never done it?
Oh, I've done it. That's
Yeah.
why I've been divorced
Right.
twice and 3 engagements. And that's why I hired a lawyer.
But, Tommy, you can't go an entire marriage not criticizing your spouse. No, it's impossible.
I think
me
it's
run
unhealthy.
the table.
I think it's unhealthy to keep all those opinions inside,
yeah,
right? Because
really?
eventually
Let
it's
it
just-
out, baby.
No, but eventually it's just gonna
Baby.
explode.
Let it out. Let me tell you how I feel, baby.
I would think like there's going to come a point where it's going to be a small thing, and that's what's going to set you off and criticize somebody, and that's a bigger issue.
I think you got to learn to navigate.
Like pick and choose your battles.
Pick and choose and pick your tone out what you're saying.
Pick your spots, baby.
Baby.
Don't let it come from a place of frustration, even
No.
though that's usually what happens.
Never speak from anger. Never speak from frustration.
What are you, Oasis now? Kimmy, are you afraid to criticize your husband?
I have criticized my husband. We've criticized each other, but I do think that there are some times where I'm like, I'm gonna let that one go. You know what I mean?
I love how like she's in the mob. I'm gonna let that one
You
go.
do. You have to. Because you
We're
could
gonna do it the
it.
Palatino way, all right?
You could find stuff all day.
I
that would
can't
bother
find
you.
anything to criticize.
Look,
Everything's great at my house.
But when it comes to your spouse, sometimes you have to criticize.
I understand back to the wall type of thing, but even then, you better temper your words.
I think we're having two separate arguments. Because if you're talking about an argument where your back's to the wall, fine. I'm talking about something that could be a major financial matter you disagree on.
I understand.
Something that could be a major
But
safety
go
matter.
in gently.
Mm-hmm.
But Tommy, if you don't speak up or even show passion, that could change the trajectory of
could.
both of your lives.
It could, but it would have to come down to something so serious that I didn't have the luxury of weighing my words.
But doesn't every marriage have 2 or 3 of those moments minimum?
You better hope you can only have 2 or 3.
Okay.
Because it sucks. And it's a rocky ride, and you may not come out of it on the other end.
Have you ever called your husband like an a-hole or a dick or something like that?
No, I don't think I've used like mean words towards. I would feel like if that came out, like I would almost be shocked with myself.
Okay. Well, like you said, passion, anger can do crazy things to
people. I don't think I'd call him like an a-hole though.
Even if he's being an a-hole?
Yeah, I don't know.
Was he being an a-hole at the time, though?
No.
All men are a-holes.
Speak for yourself, man.
You might have to.
You're
I'm
dressed
wondering how
like an
many
a-hole.
people. I'm wondering.
You look like you're a cops versus hippies softball game.
I can't tell what side I'm
I
on.
don't- Nobody
I
can.
could be right
either. I wonder though if sometimes you feel like you have to criticize to keep that person safe or healthy, or you know what I mean?
Well,
'Cause
keep
think
out
of
of
how
danger.
think of how many people won't go to the doctor or won't get something checked out. Like you may have to.
Hey, Fatty Magoo, you gotta get that cholesterol checked.
There may be some criticism in how they handle those situations, but you're just doing it in their best interest.
I think the one that's the most complicated. Because, look, when it's a spouse criticizing another spouse, that's both adults. When you're criticizing your boss or a coworker, you're adults. Even if you yell at a police officer, curse at him, you're both adults. What about criticizing your kids?
So that could have long-term, real damage.
Every parent does it.
You have to, as a parent.
But again, you could do some serious, and you may not even realize it at the time how that's going to affect them when they're 20 and 30 years old.
You're right. You don't find out how good a job you did until it's far too late. But, Tommy, it wasn't all that long ago that looking at your kid and calling them an a-hole was socially accepted. You and I know from experience.
Oh, yeah. My parents, especially my father, he had no filter.
Are people still okay with that now?
No, you can't. You can't.
There are people that do it.
God, I mean, you learn from the past, man. It don't work.
What if they're being an a-hole?
Well,
what if they're being a bitch?
But you made that bitch or a-hole. So there's a reason maybe the attitude you're getting back is because of the environment you created. Well, the environment you created in the household.
Why not blame the parents? That's what I say. Why not hold the parents responsible?
Parents got to point that finger at themselves.
It's your genetics.
Well, it's how you raise your child.
Spoiled rich kid who grows up to fall backwards into luck after being a failure wants to blame his parents for all his shortcomings. Shark face. Look at my shark face. Not me, guys. I can't be responsible. It's probably the way that I was raised. Kimmy, would your mother or father look at you and tell you directly when you were doing things wrong?
You've met my dad.
Well, I don't know. I mean, every interaction I've had with your dad is pleasant, and I feel like you treat
No,
him
I'm not saying
unfairly.
he was even being a jerk about it. Sometimes he was joking, and it was still
was
criticizing me.
Okay. What is the right way to go about letting your kid know that they are wrong, they're acting a certain way, or they could be making a big mistake? Like, what are those words that you choose, Tommy? Because you're sitting here telling me I can't call my kid an a-hole.
No.
It's my kid. I made him.
Right.
Oh, that kid.
I mean, I think at the end of the conversation, you always got to give somebody a win. You can't just like shut them down and walk away.
So you have to pick something positive.
You got to give them a win. You got to give them something to walk away from to feel good about themselves. You're just doing damage.
I would also think the tough part of
I'm just trying to think of what win your dad could have given you.
No, there was no wins in that house.
No, but there was no win.
I got a boat.
You're still shut up. You're still breathing, so that's good.
Yeah, I got that win.
it's also tough if the parent is criticizing their kid for something that their kid knows that they've also done.
Okay.
Which seems like a lot of that criticism does come from that parent because it's like, hey kid, like I know what it's like. Don't do what I did. But it's hard to find a way to do that as a parent without them throwing that back into your face.
I'm living that right now, and it sucks. So, like, my oldest, her science and French grade, little lower than we wanted.
Okay.
And by the way, like, because she can't hear me, still great, awesome.
Right.
I'm like very happy. But because there's
You
now an
gotta act like you
expectation.
can do better.
Exactly. Now, unfortunately, she's heard me on the show talk about how stupid I was in high school and the terrible grades I had. Not to mention my father loves to bring that up every time he's around my daughters, which, hey, thanks a lot, Dad. Really appreciate that. So, like, I got to, like, play like, well, you could, I know what you're capable of. And, I'm looking at this and I'm looking at what it was before. And
Okay.
could be better. And, like, immediately, I know you had bad grades. In fact, her French teacher I had when I was at Aquinas.
Oh.
So, like, the French teacher is probably telling her stories about me back in the day.
You're screwed.
Shut up, idiot.
Yeah, so like my wife now has to handle all grade-related discussions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
I
I
can't,
can't
be
really
like,
argue with her.
No. But my kid knows. So like, and as my kid
You know
gets
I'm
older,
half dad, right?
that's been her argument. But like, as my kid gets older and she starts to find out about the other trouble I got into when I was a kid, I'm gonna lose all
Get more
footing.
and more difficult.
And that's why it's best if you can hide your past from your children.
No, that
Also, no, because
It
it's
is.
impossible because you're gonna have buddies that are gonna come around. I was there when your dad.
It sucks
fill in the
because
blank.
it sucks in a town like this where, your kids will know your buddies and where you went to school and all that. But if you can hide that stuff from your kids and create a better fake you, I think it's better for the kid.
Yeah, but I think it also, by sharing those experiences, it gives them.
Because they can't say you don't know what it's like.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But they're also looking for an out. They're looking for easy street. Well, you couldn't do it. Why do you expect me to do it?
You're screwed either way.
Yeah.
Because you're right, Kimmy. They're gonna look at you and go, "You don't know." And if I do know, well, I was like you.
Create a fake you, and use that.
There's your wisdom of the day from Tommy Ulay.
And don't cuss at your child.
All right, let's take a break. Speaking of being at work, 3/4 of people say this is absolutely unacceptable to do while on a meeting on Zoom, which is interesting because
What are they doing?
almost 1/2 of Americans admit to actually doing this.
Is it gross?
No. In fact, it's something that you have done for years and are still upset that you're not allowed to do anymore. And we'll get to it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. what we're about to tell you doesn't make any sense.
What's that?
Because on one hand, you would understand why this many Americans think doing this openly at your job is wrong. But then when you find out how many Americans admit to doing this at their job, seems a little hypocritical.
Sounds gross.
No, it's in fact something you want to do
I
and have done in the past at your job.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. 3/4 of people say it is unacceptable to openly drink on a work Zoom meeting.
Oh, yes. I am fully behind this.
In that way, if you had a glass of wine while on a work Zoom meeting call, you are being inappropriate. Tommy, would you agree with that statement?
You ain't being it. If you're just having a glass of wine, you're being very European.
Now, they say drinking, so fill in whatever drink you think, right? Beer, whiskey, vodka.
But if you moderate and it's just part of your thing, your culture.
Your culture? Give me an
example.
drinking
is part of my culture.
Okay, yeah. What culture
You're
is that?
Irish.
Yeah.
So if I
let's just blanket negative stereotypes on people.
Not negative at all.
Oh no?
Y'all produce a fine dark spirit.
Why don't you go to St. Patrick's Day parades then, huh?
Not my cup of tea.
No, why is that?
I only want to hang out with the real Irish, not the wannabes.
You sound like a kid that just got back from like his exchange program. You know, they drink wine in the middle of the day.
I'm wearing a scarf for no reason. No, but I'm saying like I'm a pro drinker, so like if I was on a Zoom call and it's like pushing 5 o'clock and this guy cracks a beer open, I'm like, yeah, he's unwinding.
Okay, Kimmy, do you think it's inappropriate to openly drink on a work Zoom call?
I think it kind of depends on your work environment. If you had this job in an office, because there are offices that were like kind of changing their tune on that, where like they actually had those things available during the day. Now I don't know how many people actually went and like took advantage, but I guess like if your place of business has that available when you're there, what's the difference if I'm doing it at home on a Zoom call?
So both of you are pro work drinking. Look, it's easy to look at this study and say you're not shocked that 3/4 of Americans believe that openly drinking on a Zoom call while you're working is inappropriate. Fine. But at the same time, we know a lot of people are drinking during work now.
Sure.
A recent study says almost 4 in 10 Americans who work from home admit to drinking while they've done it. And those are the people that are just admitting it, Tommy, right? I mean, something like this, you got to figure.
Closet drinkers.
Yeah, there's another 5 to 10% who have done it.
The alkies, yeah.
And on top of that, that's just the work from home people. That doesn't count people that have to go into the office that have something that they have.
How about these people with the stash? Please.
So is the popular opinion, I'm okay with drinking on the job as long as you don't openly do it.
Oh, like I don't see it.
Like if it's not out in front of the camera.
So
you're hiding it.
Don't ask, don't tell, basically.
Hiding it, though, has just a weird vibe to it, though, too.
Fun.
It feels like you're doing something wrong.
But it's also kind of fun to kind of sneak it in there.
You're talking to a man who hid booze in multiple places in our studio for years.
And then goes, don't tell anybody when I watch him do it.
You weren't even cool about it.
If we look at the numbers we have here, if 75% of Americans say openly drinking on a Zoom call is inappropriate, yet 4 in 10 Americans who work from home say they have drank, that means there are people who will drink while working that still believe you shouldn't openly do it.
Right.
Is that strange?
It's hypocritical, but I also kind of get it. I can handle it, but most people can't.
Well, I think that the difference is the open drinking part, the fact that your coworkers can see it. I mean, is that a fair enough rule for you? Right? I'm okay with you drinking, just don't let me see you drink.
Okay. It's out of sight, out of mind, maybe.
Okay.
Man, we are doing some serious drinking now. That's some pretty high numbers, man, are admitting it.
Now, 4 in 10 say they have, so this is not people that do it on a regular basis.
But if you're admitting to it, you probably are on a, maybe not every day, but you're probably doing it regularly.
Now, I get that you're pro-alcohol, and you are an alcoholic. And
I support, the laws.
And you want to be cool. Well, there's probably laws against drinking on the job.
If you have like a dangerous job,
Most jobs?
No, but we don't have a dangerous job where I can blow the joint up.
No, I get it. I would make the argument that most jobs, if you're drinking on the job, you are putting people in danger.
I understand, yes.
That being said, even you would have a breaking point if a coworker was out of control drinking.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Like, for example, Would you ever blow a coworker in for drinking, do you think? Never.
No.
Never ever.
I mean, it would have to be like, oh, my God, he's going to kill somebody.
Okay, so you're just worried about violence.
Violence or hurting somebody or hurting themselves.
All right, so let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Your job, my job, Kimmy's job, they're all entwined together, right? We all have to be on point at the same time for things to be okay. And if one of us drops the ball,
it's a delicate dance.
Yeah, but if one of us starts slipping, it can affect the careers of the other two.
Right.
So let's say, Tommy, you're Mr. I hide booze all over the place. I'm cool, man. Check me out. Yeah, I won't say nothing to nobody. You find out that I've been sneaking out and doing shots in every commercial break.
It's you.
And as the show goes on, I get drunker.
Fat Pat is back.
I get drunker and drunker and drunker to the point where I can't even function anymore. The show is being negatively affected, and
well, yes.
Well, so you dime on me.
I would talk to you personally.
But let's say I don't change. Yeah, okay, yeah, Tommy, yeah, definitely. Man who drank his entire career on the job.
I mean, my first question is, where is it? Where's the booze, Pat? Where is it?
You're telling me.
Give it to me. I'm going to put it over here now.
You're telling me there isn't a point where you would go to our bosses and say something?
No, I would talk to you.
And if I didn't change, you just deal with it?
I think...
Oh, what happened, Mr. Cool Guy?
I tell you what I think I would do. I think I would talk to your wife.
You coward-ass bitch!
Wait, you'd rather go to his wife than the boss?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because that'll shut it down fast.
That's way worse.
That would be. I mean, now you're disrupting his personal life on
but the
top
mama
of his
hammer
work
is going to
life.
come down and straighten out the situation 10 times.
But what if his wife
Or
says,
she
"Yeah, I
leaves
know
me?
he"? No. What if she says? What if she says, "Yeah, I know he does that"?
You
Is it a problem?
You think I know his
There
wife.
might be people that would.
I know his wife. She ain't saying that.
Maybe not his
I
wife.
would tell your husband the same thing.
Maybe not his wife, and maybe not my husband, but there may be people that come to their significant other's defense immediately in those types of situations if they feel like, you're going to hurt their career or job,
All right, so here, I guess because my head went into the actual radio business saying like, well, if you doubt me, let's just pull up some tape and listen to him talk.
Okay.
Does that sound like something you want representing your family?
You're talking to my wife like that?
Wow.
Is this what you want?
Is this what
Is
you
this
want?
what-
you turn into
Is
a
this
lawyer, Tommy.
Tied your wagon to? You're right. I should leave him.
So I would definitely, and I don't normally do this, but because it's you two, I wouldn't want to see you get fired, but I would definitely tell your spouse.
Okay.
But it would have to get
Interesting.
so bad.
Yeah.
You shut up.
Yeah.
You shut. You think so smart. Actually, that sounds like the show normally.
So you would go to the spouse after you already came to us first and we didn't change?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bro.
And I think that's a normal chain of command.
I don't know.
Bro.
I don't know if I'd be bold. It would really depend on the relationship that I had with your significant other.
It would.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm closer. I mean, I don't know your husband as well as I know Nana because I've known her longer, and
Yeah.
I'm a client.
I'm a client. You're a patient. You're not a client.
Well, I'm a client of your wife.
Client, really? You get Botox?
Well, I get the back checked and everything else. I'm getting back Botox, and like I've only seen I am only in your husband's company a few times, and I've seen him shirtless.
Yes, you have.
All right, bro. I'll put it this way. Before I get to Kimmy, before we deal with Kimmy. If I had a drinking problem at work to the point where you went to my wife and said something.
Yeah, like it's bad, huh?
And I walk through the door one day and I see my wife sitting at the island and she looks at me and goes, "We need to talk. Tommy called me. You are dead to me. You're dead to me. You've now affected the relationship we have personally."
But whatever, of course. So I went upstairs and got you fired.
Well, who knows? I get fired. Maybe I get put in some nice program where I get to go dry out at what do they call that? Not beaches. What's the place?
Sandals Unlimited.
That's what. No, maybe it is. I can't remember. It's what they use on addiction, but it looks.
You're
like
not going to no $10,000 a day on a company dime. It doesn't even give you headphones.
Don't you love me? It doesn't even give you headphones. Kimmy?
I'm running right to Hot Beef, her husband.
Oh, I thought you were talking about my wife. What the
No, Hot Beef is her husband.
Hold on one second. I gotta use my phone. Hey, Nana, Tommy's got a new nickname for you. Do not listen to him if he calls you about a problem at work. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Let's say Tommy or I, we're doing the shots in commercial breaks.
Yeah.
You don't see we're hiding it. Our drunkenness on the air is affecting now
Both
your
of you
career.
guys
I
are
wet my
doing this.
pants.
One or the other. Well, we don't know if that makes you drunk or not. Would there be a point where you would go to our bosses?
I think so because I think I would almost at that point I would have to decide what I want to do in my own career move because like if you're two people that I now can't work with, what's my next move? You know what I mean?
Okay, but
I
that's
think it would,
all right. But let's say it's just one of us, not both of us.
Well, I would probably go to the one that's like.
Don't drag me into this.
Yeah, if it was you, I would come to Pat because you guys have had a longer relationship.
Look at you, you coward.
I would because you know him
coward-ass
better.
bitch.
You know him better.
Okay, so let's say it didn't work.
That what? Talking to Pat?
I say I quit.
Yeah.
I come in here, wet britches, sitting down again, slobbing mouth all over the microphone.
Wet britches and slobbing mouth, my two favorite Catskills comedians.
What's your next move?
After I talk to Pat?
Boss or my wife?
The boss.
Yeah, bro, wife is not an option.
I'm not talking to your wife about it. I don't know what she sees at home, so I'm going to let you two work that out.
She's got to deal with them wet britches.
Whatever it is, whatever she sees is horrific.
Yeah.
So you're telling me you would rather I talk to your wife than our boss?
Yes.
Okay. You've been divorced how many times? You want me to go to your wife with your drinking?
I just think because it's such a personal issue,
all right.
like to putting it in a boss is going to just look at it cold from a business aspect.
Okay.
Where your wife's going to look at the person and try to help you. I don't think you get help. And I don't think it's the boss's job to, like, cure your alcoholism.
Okay.
It's your family's problem.
My wife's issue to cure my alcoholism.
You know what they say in my house?
What's that?
Wet britches get stitches.
We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rapperoo.
Ah, the old hump day Rapperoo.
For a Wednesday break room CMF that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means.
We're going to bitch it up, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater and a whole bunch of more fun stuff, but we're already a minute late, and Kimmy, you know how nasty she is.
Oh, yeah, she's going to tell her wives.
You said you would tell our wives.
That was you.
You snitch ass bitch. Britch wetting snitch ass bitch. Britch snitch bitch. All right, we got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who seems to be the coolest one in the room.
Yeah, how'd that happen?
Good to tell the boss. I don't know if that makes me cool.
Cooler than my wife for time you late. I'm going to call your wife. I'm going to call your wife and tell her all the things you've been doing. You're drinking, you're smoking, you're cursing. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning at the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.